If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the Studio Store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new Studio Store. The experience just got better.
Moonstone is beautiful. It looks so stunning in bridal jewellery. Its iridescence just makes it such a different gemstone against anything else. When you're putting it into your own jewellery, you can put it in tiaras, you can put it in drop earrings, and it makes those pieces special.
One of the most fascinating things about Moonstone is, I think, its myth and legend, and whether it's a gemstone which is used for fertility or a gemstone which you give to loved ones, it's a fantastic gemstone to own, especially from JM, because of the natural qualities, the rainbow shimmer which you get from this amazing gem. And whether it's in nuggets or whether it's really, really highly faceted, whether it's a smaller carat weight or a larger carat weight, you're always guaranteed a superb example of the gem.
Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Louise Jacobson for our Wirework Rings DVD. This DVD contains a step-by-step guide on how to use a ring mandrel, create single and double stone rings, cluster rings and much more. Get the inspiration and help you need to create your very own handmade jewellery. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel Gems? Come along and see what treasures you can find.
Welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening, and we are going to make it worth your while because we've got so many treats on this evening's show, one of which is coming up at 8 p.m. We couldn't do it as the Superstar buy because we didn't have a large enough quantity, and in all honesty, based on my previous experience of launching new strands, which is quite extensive now after working on the channel for about 3 years, I would say this is going to last about 30 seconds. That's my prediction. Any longer than that and I'll already be impressed. The colour tone, the amount of druzy that you're getting as part of this agate. A little bit, producer Liam? Liam just said there's a little bit of druzy on there as well. A little bit. Look at that. I actually had, on Saturday night, some little tiny 10mm druzy coins, and I'll tell you what, spaced in between these nuggets, how fantastic would that look? Sam, you're going to have to concentrate and stop getting distracted by the agate that you're going to miss out on.
It's a little bit stroppy.
Are you going to be rushing home to make sure you get hold of this?
I've got a 2-hour drive.
Still here from the Designer Inspiration Show.
Stay to catch them.
She said she might hang around and steal the studio samples, the only chance that people might have. If it's only going to take you 2 hours to get home, you'll be home in time, because this is coming up at 8 p.m. There you go. However, double figures of, I mean, look at that. Double figures of availability, and I don't mean 99 either, so just over 50 strands. Look at that. That's all you need to see from our druzy. So my personal prediction is that that is going to last a very, very short amount of time. Seconds, in fact. I wouldn't even think it'll last a minute. So that is going to be a sellout deal. So we didn't have a large enough quantity to justify doing that as a superstar buy. So we had to sort of go a little bit cap in hand to the channel manager and say, could we have something really, really special for the superstar buy? Because we've got the druzy at 8 p.m. And Mrs. Bennett, I should say, was more than generous in giving us 2 new strands which go together rather perfectly. Very, very popular. Just have a look at this. This is a bundle that we have named Cookies and Cream. And look at that. Okay, I should give a doff of the cap now to where's she? Project manager, that's it. Project manager, Laura Andriola. Sorry. I never know what everybody's responsible for these days. So Laura came up with the name, Cookies and Cream, but it's the combination of Smokey Quartz and pearls, to the point that these pearls actually arrived in our warehouse over the weekend. They've been especially booked in so that we can include them in this bundle. I actually think this has got sort of bridal associations. Those chocolate browns, those classic ivory white tones from the pearls. This is coming up at the end of the show, so from about 8:45, we do have a healthy quantity of this combination, and we're going to give you a wholesale price point. So these are 2 brand new strands, neither of which would necessarily be available at the price point you're going to get them tonight as part of the bundle. So really, really impressive combination of strands. We've got treats throughout the show, but let's get underway, because of course on the late show it's our job to find add it to your order prices to try and allow you to maximise on that 1 P&P per day. And we're going to kick off with a real collector's favourite, Rutile Quartz. The reason I say that is, of course, I'm good friends with a big gemstone collector, the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett. And if anybody's ever had the chance to come down to the studios, you'll have seen Mr. Bennett's personal collection of gemstones in the museum, which houses the largest cut morganite in the world, some very, very impressive samples of tanzanite, rubellite, and alongside those gemstones are 2 huge golden rutile quartz, about the size of Pete's face. Participation, Pete. Let's have a... That's the scale we're using now. There's Pete's face, just so you get an idea. There you go. That's how big the golden rutile quartz are here at Gems TV. Of course, if you do want to make the most of the value we can offer you as the Genuine Gemstone Company, and you're looking for jewellery designs, then tune into Gems TV. Best value on the market for jewellery designs. But if you want the means to create your own dreams, then tune in to the late show on Jewellery Maker. A double deal on your rutile quartz here. And this has actually been classified as caramel rutile quartz. Now, the interesting thing about that is that instead of it being predominantly golden hues that you get from these needle-like inclusions, you've also got the cognac tones ranging up to those red-like tones. And actually, the word rutile comes from the word reddish in Latin. So red-like is the word for rutile in Latin. So traditionally, I imagine that when they first discovered this variety of quartz, when people were prizing quartz because of these needle-like rutilations, I think they probably were predominantly more red than gold. And these are absolutely beautiful, because as jewellery makers, we need that bit of variation, don't we? We need something that will suit the way our design is actually organically flowing, if you like. So sometimes you start a design with one look in mind, and you might be relying on the golden hues, and then of course maybe you've used a rose gold spacer, for example, and then all of a sudden you need something with a bit more of a richer tone to it. And here you've got everything from quartz which are going to offer you clarity, then you've got these sort of mustard golden colours, or the buttercup yellows if you like, cognac tones there, and then of course look at those almost cherry red tones there from some of these. So a real variation of colour tones, a real collector's gemstone in terms of the fact that it's rutile quartz. A variety of quartz prized for its inclusions, probably to the extreme actually, because it's the inclusions here which provide the gemstone with its beauty. If you look at them closely, it's almost like angel hair or spun sugar inside the gemstones. Hopefully that's coming through on screen. If you look quite closely, you'll see these needle-like inclusions. I love that. And see the way the colour grading throughout the strand has been used to great effect in the design there, along with the size of the gemstone. So these have been classified. What size are these rondelles? I've got the information here. I would guess they range from about, I was going to say 4x2, but they start at 5x2 up to 8x4, is that correct? And there you go. So that gives you an idea of the kind of sizes that you're going to get. Actually, sometimes the rondelles can be a little bit more delicate in size, but these are quite significant, and you can see the way they've been faceted, beautiful. But I just love the colour tones. Perfect for any scenario, really. I would think that you're going to use these within evening wear, but actually, if you look at those earring designs, they could be everyday pieces, couldn't they? And of course, to get us up and running, we are going to give you a double deal here, and a massive saving. Normally one strand would cost you $11.95, but this evening, as part of our double deal, you're going to make a huge saving. $14.95, it's equivalent of buy one, get one for £3, if you like. Absolutely out of this world. This is a Gems of Distinction strand. It comes from our elite range of gemstones and represents the best possible quality we can source for you, sourced by our buying office in Jaipur. So normally $11.95 per strand. So that's the equivalent of getting a strand of rutile quartz, some of the best quality rutile quartz we've seen for some time, for just £3. Wouldn't expect to see this gemstone at that price point, especially when, as I say, people who do have an appreciation of gemstones and who understand maybe, you know, the folklore attached to some gemstones, or even the chemical composition. Rutile quartz ticks every box, from your gemologist to your crystal healer. So this literally ticks every box. So no matter what kind of area of gemology that you're interested in, rutile quartz tends to tick the box because of strong associations with the energy that is held within crystals for some jewellery makers. Or of course, if you are interested in more of the scientific side of it, then of course rutile quartz ticks the box for you as well. So very, very popular amongst people creating bespoke jewellery designs, or just gemstone collectors, because I know a lot of people rely on our Gems of Distinction range to create their own gemstone collection. Here, because you've got a double deal, you've got one to keep in your collection and one to create a beautiful design with. Caramel rutile quartz, not a gemstone that we have very often here on Jewellery Maker, and we've given you a real money-saving deal there, a double deal. Buy one, get one for £3. But we've got a lot to get through this evening, so we're going to move on from that particular deal. Lovely designs, by the way, I must say. These were put together by Sue, so thank you very much, Sue. Absolutely incredible. And we're going to kick off with what I would consider to be an essential for most jewellery makers. And when I do speak to our expert designers, they tell me that it's all about the neutrality you get from clear quartz that makes it so popular. But here, just have a look at the cuts. Beautiful slabs. These are going to feed into maybe more of your summer style designs if you're putting together holiday style jewellery because of the way they sort of drop. Or of course, the current trends. So if you look at, say, tribal style jewellery, these are going to fit in perfectly, but maybe not be too overbearing because you've got that clarity, that neutral colour tone. They'd work in monochrome designs as well. Basically classic looks, they're going to look amazing, but also contemporary trends, they're going to work as well. So again, we're looking for versatility with something that will suit a variety of different designs, and this Gems of Distinction strand absolutely fits the bill. We are going to get our clearance section up and running with this particular strand, and the slabs themselves range in size from 9x5 up to 24x5 mil, so very, very significant looks here. Only previously featured as part of designer bundles. Let's have a look at the current price on our website, $13.95. Already represents the best value on the market, as you'd expect from us here at Jewellery Maker. And we're not staying there. A clearance price down to the penny. I think this could be a sellout deal this evening. I'll tell you what, we've already touched on bridal looks. How perfect is this for your bridal commissions? £9.07. We're just taking this under £10. Producer working to the penny there to get you the best possible deal. Beautiful clarity, but because you get those irregularities in the shape and the size, it's also going to provide you with not just an accent gemstone, but a bit of texture, potentially. Or actually, I've seen these slabs used to great effect in very popular motifs, so you can use them as petals in flowers. Maybe if you want to look at some of the more alternative uses for gemstones, and you don't want to just create traditional jewellery designs like necklaces and bracelets, our tech op Sam makes wind chimes. These would be perfect for those designs, wouldn't they, Sam?
And as they go together, they make a really nice sound.
Oh, and actually, you can rely on the shape and the cut of the gemstone to actually create a nice sound because they're quite tactile. So when they clang together in the wind, make a beautiful sound as well. So, wow, we don't often talk about the pitch of a gemstone, but there you go, literally ticking every box now. And a clearance price this evening, £9.07 for what I would consider to be a must-have. And just have a look there. You do get a huge amount of gemstones on the strand. We do have to move on. I'm being told this is flying out the door. So we'll leave that one with you at the clearance price of £9.07. And we're going to, ooh, lavender trilliant cuts. Beautiful, very subtle, feminine hue here. I mean, it's a lavender tone. This is absolutely lavender amethyst, isn't it? I'll tell you what, this does go well with the Big Dogs ensemble this evening. You like that? Nice feminine look. And the lavender tones do work rather perfectly. I'll take a nice pair of cufflinks out of this to go. Do you want to see my cufflinks tonight? You can probably just see them there. You can actually make a pair of cufflinks, and it's really simple. Bum bum. 120 carats of lavender amethyst here. Nobody got that one, did they? 10 mil rounds. We're just up and running tonight. Give them a minute. Sam got it. She's nodding along. Said, I got it, I got it. There you go. 10 mil trilliants. Beautifully feminine, and of course one of the most recognisable gemstones available on the market. As we heard from Gemma Crow, that was last week, so I was just going through all the designers I worked with last week. Gemma Crow was saying that actually, if you include amethyst in your designs, tends to actually draw attention to you, because that's what almost acts as an indicator to your customer base that you are working with genuine gemstones, because that's the one they recognise. So once they see amethyst on your stand, they think, ah, right, this is the real deal. So I would say, once again, you're looking at an essential gemstone, you have to be using lavender amethyst, any variety of amethyst, in order to get noticed as a jewellery maker. And we've just seen one clearance deal. How well do these work together? Because it's quite subtle and feminine hue you get here, the clear quartz will work as the perfect accent, because you don't want something too overpowering here, do you? I would say, obviously, you can see that I'm a fan of the combination. Rose quartz, I think, would be a great accent to that. Okay, we have to get the original price on screen. We've got so many people coming through on the free phone number this evening. $10.45 currently is the price for 120 carats of lavender amethyst, but we're taking it straight down to a clearance price. We're not messing around this evening. We've been very, very busy throughout the Designer Inspiration show, and when we're taking gemstones to these kind of prices, you can understand why we are so popular here at Jewellery Maker. £6.89 for 120 carats of lavender amethyst. This is a must-have gemstone for all jewellery makers, but particularly if you enjoy working with feminine colour tones, which I know there's a lot of girly jewellery makers out there. Most of the times I get lumped in with them because I'm a bit girly when it comes to my gemstones. And actually, if you look at this lavender amethyst, this has almost a kunzite-like feel to it, doesn't it, because of the colour tone. So you could use this maybe as a sort of substitute to those very prestigious gemstones, which are a little bit few and far between here at JewelleryMaker. Certainly, in order to get these very specific cuts in kunzite would be very, very difficult. But lavender amethyst, of course, probably better known than kunzite, actually. Your amethyst, very beautiful but subtle colour tone, still going to make a big impact on your designs, and at a clearance price, not to be ignored. We'll leave that one. We'll move on. Oh. I'm thinking about the cookies and cream bundle here. How about this for a combination? Maybe you've just walked in the door and you didn't get the chance to see what we've got coming up as our superstar buy tonight. 2 premier strands bundled together, your classic white Baroque pearls combined with these gorgeous Smokey Quartz drops. How about if you wanted to include a little metallic shimmer in there? Look at this. I mean, you'd be hard pushed to get 925 sterling silver that sparkled like this and offered you this much. Would you say a metallic sheen is the right phrase, a turn of phrase there, Sam? Yeah, Sam's agreeing, that's fine then. So I should just let everybody know, our tech up, Sam's a very talented jewellery maker. We've already seen some of her designs and picking up commissions now as well, aren't you, Sam? So there you go. Sam's turned her hobby into a small business. You can do the same, especially if you're buying from a clearance section on Jewellery Maker. We're always going to offer you the best value on the market, but during a clearance section, start dialing the free phone number the second you lay your eyes on a strand that you want to get hold of. And this particular gemstone is very, very popular. Saying last week that, you know, traditionally we're looking for a golden tone in pyrite, aren't we? It's known as fool's gold, but Jewellery Maker, as ever, bucks that trend by relying on pyrite to provide you with those little metallic tones in your designs. You're still working with a genuine gemstone, but we can offer you these alternative varieties because of the coating we've given it. So we've enhanced Mother Nature's work. Let's have a look again at the current price. Faceted drops 9x5 ranging down to 13x7, already under £10, and I've already got people allocating this to baskets. Don't forget, we're taking these to clearance prices, so start dialing right now. If you're not already one of the lucky people already on the phone lines, that's the way to do it. Put yourself to the front of the queue. Whoa, £6.34, down to the penny. Our producer's worked very, very hard on finding items that he can offer you a clearance price on, and he's committed to offering you that price, down to £6.34, despite the fact that around about half the stock had already been allocated at £9.95. He's still honouring his clearance price, taking it down to £6.34. We're not going to mess around here on Jewellery Maker tonight. We're going to try and find something for everyone. We're going to get through as many opportunities as we can, and at that kind of price, I think that could be a sellout deal, down to £6.34. Got people multi-buying this now. Not surprised, because the price is so incredible, particularly if you've already got your P&P up and running, because of course you can add as many items to your order as you wish. You're only ever going to pay 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker, and clearance prices for genuine gemstones gorgeous coated pyrite. We'll give you one last look because it looks like that could be a sellout. If you've placed it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Gotta move on. And we're now moving on to another coated gemstone, but once again, I think we've just taken Mother Nature's hard work onto another level. And more often than not, people will be looking for the chatoyancy in tiger's eye. But on this particular variety, once again, we've tried to give our jewellery makers a bit of a metallic shimmer to this gemstone. So you've got those popular earthy tones, sort of chocolate browns. This is more of a milk chocolate than a dark chocolate that you get from a Smokey Quartz. So you've got those chocolate browns, but you've also got gorgeous golden tone that you'd normally associate with tiger's eye. Instead of having that traditional chatoyancy, instead you've got this gorgeous play of light from the way they've been faceted combined with that sort of metallic coating. So pretty much offering you that same opportunity as we do with the coated pyrites. 9mm rounds, we know how popular the rounds are. I'll tell you what this would be perfect for. Masculine jewellery designs. We know that they're growing in popularity, and I think we've got another Manly Make show coming up very soon. Might even be infiltrating the morning show from what I hear. There you go. So Mark Smith will be presenting Manly Makes very, very soon, and this could be the strand for those designs. Again, gorgeous pair of cufflinks perhaps. They're going to get you noticed because the way they've been faceted, they really allow that beautiful metallic coating to come to the surface of a gemstone and enhance your design.
If you had like a normal tiger's eye in the centre, that would look really nice.
Right. Okay, so Sam is suggesting that if you've got some sizable golden tiger's eye, which has the more natural finish to it, where you can see the chatoyancy, you could use these as accent gemstones to those quite significant. I know the ones you're talking about, the slabs of golden tiger's eye. This would be the perfect accent. Totally agree. Let's have a look at our current price for this strand then. Wow, we're already at $7.95. And, as you know, producer Liam is never going to let you down. If he calls a segment clearance, he means it. So it should be $7.95 to the penny. He's taking this down tonight to £5.89, as low as he can possibly go this evening. 9mm faceted rounds of golden tiger's eye, but with that metallic coating. £5.89, you just can't go wrong, can you? This is an add it to your order price. Get them home, see them for yourself, and then make an informed decision. The perfect accent to any traditional tiger's eye, because you've got that alternative look. It might attract a little bit more attention if you are using this along with your traditional golden tiger's eye. Okay, we've got to leave that one there because it looks once again like it could be another sellout deal. And we're moving on now. Oh, I love these. I'll tell you what, I'm seeing this as the combination. This has got quite a, it's almost hard to place the colour tone you've got here. It's somewhere between a purple and a blue. Is that coming through on screen, hopefully? Somewhere in between those. But then again, from another angle, it almost looks like you're getting perfect clarity. It's because of the coating, actually. So what we've taken is clear quartz in these little buttons. I think that's a good classification of the shape you've got here, little buttons or coins if you like. Quite an organic feel to them because you do get ever so slight irregularities on them. They range from 6mm to 12mm. They're actually quite fun, really. I think you could use these in a number of different designs. It would depend what you match this up with as to the look that you ended up achieving, because you could really go high end with these and put them along with some very prestigious gemstones, or you could use them with more affordable gemstones and create quite a sort of contemporary look, if you like. I personally think this is fantastic. The lavender, and I can't place it. What is the colour in between blue and purple? It's not violet. That's not what I'm thinking of. I'm not quite sure. Because from one angle I get a sort of navy hue, from others I get a silver tone. These are going to be perfect. I'll tell you what, it really is going to depend what you sort of match these up with, because I'm thinking they'd work with, oh, we've seen the subtle lavender tones there, but just imagine this, along with some neon blues. Ooh, that's bringing out the purples big time, isn't it? Yeah, maybe an indigo, maybe that's the tone I'm looking at. Do you know what? I get a different colour tone from every single angle, and actually they're picking up on the pink tones in my shirt, so I don't think I'm getting a fair reflection anyway. You've got to get this home, you've got to see it in the flesh, I think, to make an informed decision. And of course, these button cuts are going to feed into your designs. Let's have a look at the current price for this strand. Don't believe it. Is that the clearance price? Oh, it can't be, because it's 95. This is already available at $7.95. And we're taking it even lower tonight. To the penny. Once again, we're going to go as low as we possibly can. £5.67. I'm getting a bit worried. You don't need me. You don't need me tonight. Just have a look at this gemstone. Look at the finish, thanks to that gorgeous coating, the versatility you get, and then have a look at the price point, £5.67. Now, the only reason that we can offer you these kind of price points for genuine gemstones is because of the unique way we work here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. So this is true of all of our channels, from Gems TV to Rocks TV, and of course Jewellery Maker, because we go direct to the mine owners to ensure we get the best possible price points. And not just that, but now we have sort of global gemstone suppliers approaching us and asking us whether they can be one of our suppliers. In fact, all of the buying teams from all of our channels have recently been over in Hong Kong last week because they do a huge gemstone show there, where basically the biggest gemstone suppliers in the world go and exhibit their highest, most top quality gemstones. And even before the jewellery making buying team land in the country, the suppliers are already booking in times and appointments to meet up with them. They're giving us the best deals on the market, and we're passing those savings on to you absolutely with this clearance price. Just £5.67 for over 100 carats of blue colour coated quartz. I'd feel bad if I didn't get your insight, Sam, because you're trying to mouth something to me. What is it?
I was thinking that if you were going to do that for like a little girl,
right?
There's a Disney. There you go. There's a Disney film, Frozen.
Oh, okay. So if you're working with your little princess over the summer holidays, making jewellery designs with your little girl, these apparently feed in to a certain Disney film. Is it what? Is it the protagonist's? But oh yeah, it's Frozen, yeah. But is it the protagonist's jewellery that she wears that you're talking about?
Yeah. Elsa.
What's her name?
Elsa.
Right. If you want to make Elsa style jewellery, buy this strand. Is that what we're trying to aim for? We're all beating around the bush. Don't worry about that. They need all the help they can get, Disney, don't they? Do you know what I mean? A little bit of promotion. We can do them a favour. £5.67. Now, shall I say, I've got that film at home and I'm yet to watch it. And I hear that it's very, very good. Oh, that should be our text in this evening. Okay, what I want to text in? Disney film, the Disney film you haven't seen. Do you like that? Text in if you've never watched The Jungle Book and you think, why? I've never seen it. Everyone talks about it. Text in. I want to know what Disney film you haven't seen. I'll get the ball rolling by saying I haven't yet watched Frozen. Okay? Okay. Oh, should just give you quickly the number. 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio, just in case anybody doesn't know. And of course, if you're logged in at jewellerymaker.com, you can message in by just clicking the message box. So the Disney film you haven't seen, and if there's an interesting reason why, that would make it even better. Okay, we are now going to offer you a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. This is our first star buy of the evening. We're going to have one of these every 30 minutes or so. Regular viewers, of course, will be well aware of the kind of value you get from our star buy deals, but if you are new to us, make sure you are dialing that free phone number the second you see something you like the look of, because the price points are out of this world. Have a look at this. This is known as Very Versailles. I'll tell you what, when I first saw it, it went off the screen on my phone at home, and I thought it was very versatile. But actually, it's pretty versatile because of the size of the gemstones you've got here. Got your classic golden pyrite here. It is a coating, so it has been enhanced, but actually it's the colour tone we're actually more traditionally associated with that gemstone. Just have a look. There you go, that's the rough variety. That's how it naturally forms. Just have a look. It's almost perfect, isn't it? Gorgeous. Love that. And the way they're faceted, it allows that sort of metallic shimmer that we associate with the gemstone to really come to the forefront of your designs. Once again, this combination would go really well with my outfit this evening, because you've also got rose quartz. Now, I had a strand of rose quartz on Saturday night that I said was some of the highest quality I'd ever seen. Now I'm getting worried. I think Gems TV are going to be on the phone if we keep offering people rose quartz of this quality. Look at this. That could easily be set into silver or even 9-carat gold. Look at the colour saturation you've got there. Absolutely out of this world. A really bold, feminine, pastel pink tone there. Absolutely exquisite, and the way it's been faceted really allows the femininity and the beauty of the gemstone to shine through. It's absolutely fantastic. I shouldn't be surprised at the quality of the gemstones we can source. As I've just said, some of the biggest gemstone suppliers in the world clamouring to become one of our suppliers. And of course, the more competitive the suppliers are, the better the quality of the gemstones we can offer you. That's what we always aim to do, because we want to give jewellery makers out there the same opportunities as professional jewellery designers. And I think we're absolutely doing that. 65 carats then of beautiful rose quartz. This is the gemstone of true love, and the rondelles range in size from 4x2 to 5x3. And last but certainly not least, this month's birthstone. Rainbow Moonstone. Look at that adularescence there. You can just catch it there. Not always easy to show you. Certainly not on sort of plain rounds, because of course the multitude of light sources within the studio often hinders our ability to show you these optical effects. But you can see the adularescence there. But when you see it in the flesh, when you see it in daylight, for example, that adularescence is going to shine through. Just have a look at that, a little spectrum of adularescence. Hopefully it's coming through. Oh, I can see it. I see sort of violet flashes, lime greens, golden tones. You can see there, it's very, there we go. I'll just try and isolate one gemstone so I can show you the adularescence. That's the optical effect that we associate with Moonstone, and the reason that it has been, well, revered for thousands of years, and where it takes its name from, of course, because the ancient Romans believed that this little shimmer that lived inside the gemstone was a ray of moonlight placed there by the lunar gods, and so they named it Moonstone. Oh wow, just have a look. Sorry, I'll have to show everybody this adularescence. Have a look at that. It is, there you go, you can see two right next to one another showing it. It is across the strand. I'm almost fed up of saying it, and I'm sure that our regular buyers are sort of fed up of hearing it, but you know what? That's because when you get the gemstones home, you already know the quality that we offer, because you've seen it with your own eyes, and you think, oh, they weren't messing around when they said you'd see it once you got home. But new buyers maybe a little more cynical and might think, are you sure? Trust me, when you get this gemstone home and you see it with one focused source of light hitting the gemstone, you'll be able to experience the agilurescence across every single gemstone on the strand. I've already got people multi-buying this strand, so we know how popular it's going to be. The feminine tones combined with the metallic tones. Oh, sorry, multi-buying the bundle. Sorry, I said strand. You can't buy the strands individually right now. You have to buy them as part of this bundle. But that actually provides you with a wholesale price point, a clearance deal if you like. If you were to buy these individually any other time, it costs you £16.85. This evening, however, we're going to take this under £10, £9.95. And these are pretty lengthy strands of gemstones, so you get a lot of gemstones here, a lot of bang for your buck if you like. Look at that. So the pyrite is thought to be 37 centimetres in length, is that right? But I'd have to say the Moonstone, pretty similar. Well, they're all over 30 centimetres in length. And for under £10. You can see how well the gemstones work together if you look at these kind of designs here that have been put together by, again, by Sue. Gorgeous designs. And look at that. Can we see this agilurescence? Purple agilurescence coming from that gemstone. Just about got it there, you see. And these optical effects are going to attract attention to your designs, especially if you are selling in more traditional settings. Oh, look at that. That's really on-trend design, isn't it? Do you know what that reminds me of, actually? A little bit strange, but I used to have a little a rosary ring I got given for my first Holy Communion, and it looked just like that. I'm sure that some audience members will know exactly what I'm talking about. So yeah, it has that sort of look to it, quite a traditional look. But actually, if you think about the sort of different imagery that those earrings could evoke, you know, you could see this is more like the sunshine, something like that. £9.95 for 3 strands. A huge amount of gemstones on these 3 strands, all gems of distinction quality, and down to £3.32 a strand. Unbelievable. Now, we've just been getting excited about taking certain strands to around about the £6 price point. Have a look at these. Each of these just £3.32, and again 3 essential gemstones. This month's birthstone, the gemstone of true love, and pyrite, the opportunity to save yourself some money investing on precious metals. Under £10 for 3 strands. That deal will be available for the next 60 minutes, but most people are multi-buying that. And I will just say one thing before we move on, which will get me in trouble with my producer because he's telling me it's nearly sold out, so get it off screen. But how about this for a combination? The druzy agate coming up at 8 PM, so not long to wait now. Huge faceted nuggets, coated as well, so again you've got a slight metallic shimmer on this. But I think when we look at this strand, it's all about this. All about this effect. That's coming up at 8 PM, and that would be the perfect combination. So if you've already decided you are taking that particular strand of druzy agate and you want to maximise on your 1 P&P per day, that is a star buy not to be ignored. We are going to have to move on though, because we've got so much coming up. Have a look at this. This is what I've got coming up as my next star buy. Ooh, in about 10 minutes, so not long to wait at all. A 5-strand super saver. This will represent the best value of the day on genuine gemstones. Before that though, we're trying to find a deal for everyone tonight, and we're not messing around. How do we find a deal for everyone, I hear you cry?
How do I find a deal for everyone?
Good timing there, as always, Pete. Well, how about picking your favourite gemstone? And the reason I call it that is that this has been voted as our favourite gemstone to work with for the last 2 years here at Jewellery Maker, when we do our end of year awards ceremony. Labradorite coming through as our favourite gemstone. And yes, I think that I'll speak to Vicky about changing the name of that category, because I think it should be called your most profitable gemstone. Most people on Facebook telling me that the reason they love labradorite is that it sells. It captures people's imagination. A lot of people may never have experienced labradorescence before. And that is, again, a very, very similar optical effect than that we've seen on Rainbow Moonstone. Look at that. Ooh, funnily enough, when I did that, you could see on the background some real sort of lime green labradorescence coming from the... Oh, whoa, look at that. Huge amount of labradorescence on this particular strand. These are your Marquise cuts. They range in size from 9x5 to 17x6, so quite significant looks. Some of them quite large, so they would make good pendants. Others a little bit more delicate in their size, so those could be the matching droplet style earrings if you wanted to make matching sets out of this particular strand. Probably the best way to make a lot of profit off your labradorite. Again, our studio lighting absolutely not doing this gemstone strand justice. Just have a look there. You see how much labradorescence we're getting here? Gorgeous. I have to isolate the gemstones from the studio lights in order to present it to you, but you can see it there. Absolutely phenomenal. This is what we're looking for when we invest in gorgeous labradorite. Beautiful. Now this actually is an interesting gemstone in that it's named after the region it was originally discovered, the Labrador Peninsula in Canada. It's actually a little island found in Canada, and what's actually happened is it's like looking at the traditional rock cycle. You know, when you're at school and you're doing chemistry or geography and they start talking about the rock cycle and the way that sediment rocks form. So sedimentary rocks are just layers of different elements that build up and get pressurized until they form a rock formation. Well, this is basically, there's just a big mountain on this island, and you can almost see the way the rock cycle works. So they tumble down the side of the mountain, get pressed down into layers, and they form a sedimentary rock, labradorite. And so you get lots and lots of labradorite in that region. We have discovered it in other parts of the world. In fact, this particular strand has been sourced from Madagascar. Madagascar is a very, very gem-rich area. In fact, if you look at Madagascar, the island, it's one of the largest islands in the world. I think the 4th largest. Australia doesn't count because it's a landmass rather than an island. And so if you look at the way Madagascar is sort of shaped in terms of its tectonic shape, it would fit into so many different regions. So on one side of the island, you get all of the gemstones that you find in South America. On the other side of the island, you get all the gemstones you would find in sort of North Africa and Europe. And so you can see the way Madagascar is actually broken away from the other tectonic plates when this has happened, obviously millions of years ago. And so labradorite is almost the perfect explanation, if you like, of where gemstones come from and how they form. 70 carats in total here, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, our most popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker. Let's have a look at the price point. Wow, under £10. You've seen the huge amount of labradorescence you're getting from this particular strand. It's seriously impressive. If you haven't experienced that before, start dialing the free phone number. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee here at Jewellery Maker, so 30 days to appreciate the beauty of this gemstone before you have to make your final decision. Dialing up now just puts you in the running. It's only previously been seen once before this evening. Maybe you missed out on that opportunity. I can actually see a rainbow of labradorescence on that recording there. You are not going to be let down by this gemstone. $9.95, seriously impressive. We're going to move on. Now we're going to move on to the rainbow gemstone, tourmaline. So another very impressive gemstone, and actually I'd say tourmaline again is ticking a lot of boxes for jewellery makers out there because of its versatility. More colour varieties than any other gemstone. Absolutely represented on this particular strand. Almost sort of jet black tones at one end of the spectrum, ranging into sort of forest greens. Then you've got the golden tones and these beautiful ruby reds and purple hues as well. Again, something for every jewellery making scenario. 8mm rounds, so we know how popular those are. They're sort of in demand actually, aren't they? A lot of jewellery makers requesting the plain rounds in 6, 8 and 10 mils. Well, these are 8mm rounds. Perfect for macrame designs, in fact, if you think about it, because it doesn't matter what cord you're working with, you're gonna have a gemstone that's gonna suit the design. Tourmaline, beautiful versatility from the rainbow gemstone, 170 carats in total, and of course the perfect size. We only have a limited availability on this particular gemstone strand, so if you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. This will be good if you wanted to create a gift for somebody close to you, maybe not a relative, not a loved one, but a friend, because according to sort of folklore attached to this gemstone, it's said to intensify and strengthen friendships. So if you are making maybe a macrame bracelet as a friendship bracelet, then tourmaline's the perfect gemstone. Wouldn't suggest that it actually is going to intensify or strengthen your friendship, because I just don't know that it will. But that's the traditional folklore attached to the gemstone. So if that's something that interests you, this could be the perfect addition to your collection. Let's have a look at the price point then. $8.95, another add it to your order price, and a £10 for 170 carats of tourmaline. Hugely popular gemstone, and actually it's another gemstone which is prestigious because of the way it's been used in the past, of course, being used in imperial collections of jewellery, and therefore hugely prestigious and very popular folklore associations there. $8.95. We're going to leave that one with you because we've had a text from one of our lovely customers, Claire in Suffolk, has texted. Look up here to read, sorry. It says, there are too many Disney films to mention I haven't seen, just not that into them. But haven't seen Jungle Book and Lion King. Claire, you've let me down massively. I'm only joking. I am a massive Disney fan, so if you want me to come round your house and act out the Lion King, I can do that. I know all the words. That's how sad I am. Right, Teresa, hi Ed. I love to see your smiling face, especially when I know you have lots of savings. I have never seen Rio yet, and have 2 parrots. You'd think the parrot enthusiasts out there would have seen Rio. I'm not sure if that's it. Let's widen it out. Any animated film that you haven't seen or a reason, just in case it's not made by them. So that's fine, right? Any animated film that you haven't seen and the reason why. Okay, so you need to see Rio because you love your parrots. And do you know what? Now that you say that, have a look at this sort of palette of colours that you've got from tourmaline. It's like the feathers you'd see on like a bird of paradise or something, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Available right now for $8.95. Looks a little bit earthier on screen than it does when I'm seeing it, because I'm seeing a real flurry of colours there. We're going to leave that one with you. Gorgeous tourmaline for $8.95. And we're now going to bring you rose gold plated jump rings. Well, these are really, really popular with a certain jewellery maker presenter I know quite well, actually. Love working with rose gold plated sterling silver jump rings. Oh yeah, I don't like him. I just know him quite well. You get 50 here, and these are actually your open jump rings, so very, very easy to work with, particularly for maybe chainmail artists. I made a necklace, a bracelet rather, I brought in over the Christmas period, and I think it was it 42 or 44 jump rings I'd used to create a 7.5 inch bracelet. So you could actually create a bracelet design using these rose gold plated sterling silver, high end on top of high end here. And of course, anytime we're bringing you a deal on precious metals, you need to be dialing immediately. Now, we've talked a lot about the rarity of gold recently and the reasons for its rarity, and the fact that, you know, we're not finding new deposits of this precious metal, and therefore we're looking at maybe mining for it in new and very difficult regions. But actually, the planet is very, very gold rich, if you like. It's just that most of the gold isn't available to us because it's sunk into the core of the earth. So some people are suggesting that we've got sort of gazillions of tons of gold, but it's all held within the core of the earth. Obviously we could never mine that deep, and so as a result, that is the reason why we're not finding these gold deposits, because when the earth's actually been forming, long before we had even tectonic plates available, when the earth was just a big bowl, like a ball of magma, if you like, when iron-rich meteorites would hit the earth, they would form gold, but it would sink right to the centre of the earth. And so it's possible that right in the centre of the earth, there's a big deposit of gold, but that we'll never be able to access. So, you know, I would say that the kind of price points we can bring you here on Jewellery Maker are going to be pretty difficult to rival because of our buying power, of course, worldwide. You've got 50 here, so it's another very impressive deal. And of course, if you are interested in chainmail, then you need to be stocking up on your gold rings. I love to work with rose gold plated sterling silver jump rings. This is your opportunity to stock up on this item. They're 7mm in size, and let's have a look at our price. Currently available on our website for $9.95. As I say, we just don't know what's going to happen to the price of gold in the next couple of years. But what we do know is that it's getting very, very difficult to get hold of. A saving there for you down to $7.95, the perfect way to increase your stash of essential findings. Of course, even if you're not interested in chainmail, you need to have your jump rings because they're the perfect way to attach your clasps to your bracelets and necklaces. Just have a look at what you can achieve with chainmail. It's a very, very popular discipline. I'll tell you why I love chainmail. Unlike a discipline like wire work, where you have to be, you know, very precise to get a very professional finish, chainmail always gives you a professional finish. That's why I picked it. But it does, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not suggesting that Suzanne could have achieved this in a short amount of time, but actually, I'll tell you what, chainmail is such a therapeutic discipline, because you can literally sit there for a couple of hours just opening your jump rings. Make sure you open all your jump rings first, it makes it easier. And then, you know, it's almost like a form of meditation. That's certainly how I treat chainmail. Just spend a bit of time opening all your jump rings, and then you can plan out your design. Rose gold, of course, one of my favourites because it looks so good with girly gemstones. You can pick out those pink hues within your metal tones. So that's the reason I love rose gold so much. It works so well with your rose quartz, your morganites, your kunzites, your lavender amethyst, anything girly basically. But of course you can use it with other colour tones to get a bit of warmth. So it's an essential item. $7.95 is our clearance price, but it's only available for 60 minutes. And right now, I know I've been having fun because it's time for another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and time for another Star Buy. I said we'd bring you one every 30 minutes and we're not going to let you down. Now, when we talk about putting together our wholesale bundles, the idea is that we create a unique discount code that's only available for 60 minutes here on the late show. I think on the morning show it might be available for 24 hours or 23 hours and 59 minutes, whatever it is. And the idea is that we basically create a wholesale deal. So we create a bulk buying opportunity, if you like, by putting them all together and giving you a bit of a saving. And that's exactly what we're going to do right now. But it's not a bit of a saving, it's not a small saving, it's a massive saving on this particular bundle. Easily the best value of the day on genuine gemstones, because each and every strand here is going to be available for £1.99. I've let the cat out the bag. Start dialing that free phone number right now, especially if you've been looking at your gemstone selection, feeling a little uninspired, because we've got something for every jewellery making scenario here. 50 carats of clear quartz, graduated plain drops. Sam? Wind chimes, perhaps?
God, yes. With those...
With these slabs. Yeah, you like that?
Oh, it's really nice.
Gorgeous combination here. Love that. Great idea. But actually, these are versatile for a number of different reasons. Of course, that classic look that you might associate with bridal jewellery, maybe tiaras or hair combs, for example. Maybe you want to use it to embellish other items, maybe clothing. You could actually have these as droplets on an actual wedding dress, couldn't you? If maybe you're involved in that kind of side of things, the embroidery, things like that. They're that good. And actually, we've got a design here that these would suit rather perfectly. It's a very, very elegant piece of evening wear. It's relied heavily on the wire work, but you could just use these, couldn't you, as the droplets. So they are going to become the feature of any design that they're used within. And of course, this evening, as part of this Star Buy bundle, these are going to be the equivalent of £1.99. You know the price point I'm going to give you. I hope you're already on the phone lines. This is the way. There you go. He's brought it straight on screen so you can appreciate exactly the kind of value we can bring you here at Jewellery Maker. Tell me where else can bring you this quality of gemstones for the equivalent of £1.99 per strand. And I can safely say I've never brought you blue coral before. A first for me here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, not just on Jewellery Maker, but I've never seen these on Gems TV either. Sort of a rich royal blue, but you get sort of turquoise tones on the surface of the gemstone as well. Over 200 carats of blue coral. They range in size from 9x8 to 17x10. When we think about coral, when we think about the opportunities to own this gemstone, yes, it's very difficult for us to get hold of. This is the time of year when people want to get hold of their coral. Traditionally, more of those sort of salmon pink tones, or even the white or cream corals. But very, very rare to see these tropical blue tones. Sort of the combination of the coral itself and the coastline that it protects. Over 200 carats of beautiful tropical blue coral there in your irregular nuggets. Then, this is a nice combination actually, because you can pick out those sort of lagoon greens, if you like, that you can see on the surface of this. Can you see that there? You see that you get a slight little green here, and it's mirrored in the chrysoprase actually. I don't know if that turquoise tone, if we've seen it yet. It seems to be that when I lean it back, you get the reflection, so you can't see it. Quite irritating, but you will be able to see it when you get this home, when you see it in the flesh. And if you aren't dialing the free phone number, what on earth are you waiting for? A huge carat weight of gemstones here. £1.99 a strand. I'm only halfway because I've got more to bring you as part of this bundle. Chrysoprase here, an 85 centimetre strand. We know how popular those smaller nuggets are, providing you with texture, I suppose, but also a bit of an organic finish to your designs as well when you're working with these tumbled nuggets. Gorgeous colour tone there. Work with your pastel tones, work with the more tropical tones as well. So that's your chrysoprase, over 100 carats of nuggets there. Moving on to your burnt orange agate. I mean, this, again, very organic finish, almost pebble-like in its finish with the way it's been polished. And just have a look at these intense, almost volcanic colour tones you've got here, actually. Cherry reds and amber tones. Absolutely gorgeous. Actually, those would work really well together, wouldn't they? Greens and reds, a classic combination as well. Love that, but have a look at this. This is going to really bring a bit of vibrancy to your designs, I suppose, because you've got this gorgeous, somewhere between a gold and a tangerine, somewhere in the middle. And because of the way it's been coated, you get this mystic shimmer from it as well. This is your South Sea shell, classified as an orange tone, but actually you've got a beautiful variation across the strand where there's a greater saturation on some of the shell pearls. On others you've got more of a golden tone, such a sunny look. I mean, now that you put that along with those, it's just given a whole lift to the entire bundle. Very, very vibrant. I would say this is the perfect bundle for your holiday jewellery. So maybe in the next 4 or 5 weeks you're thinking about putting together your designs for when you step on that plane. This is the bundle for you. £1.99 per strand. The value is just incredible here. Clear quartz, gorgeous coral in a colour tone I've never seen before. Then you've got your chrysoprase. You've got these beautiful orange agate. We don't see this finish in agate very often, very organic. And then, I mean, these are just out of this world, aren't they? If you want to maximise on the value you can get from us here at Jewellery Maker, then this is the bundle for you. We've taken it down to under £10 for 5 strands, although with the chrysoprase you've got an 85cm strand there, so you could argue that it's a 6-strander because this is twice the length of a traditional strand here at Jewellery Maker. So you've got a lot of gemstones, a huge carat weight, gorgeous combination. I mean, this should just be named the holiday 5-strander, shouldn't it? Perfect for your holiday designs. We are now approaching limited availability. We've got people multi-buying this. This is the best way to get value from us here at Jewellery Maker. Less than £2 per strand. Available right now for $9.95. I've got to leave that with you. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the deals continue, clearance prices and premiere launches. Can't be bad, so don't move a muscle. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin for the Introduction to Bead Looming DVD. Sarah will guide you through many techniques including adding beads, pattern creations, beading with chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655. Join guest designer and polymer clay expert Debbie Bulford for our extruder DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of techniques, including how to create geometric patterns, the soutache and lace look, and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. This is of course the late show. My name's Ed, thank you for joining us. And if you've never met me before, I used to be the manager of the channel. I know all the inner workings, but now I am one of the presenters, so I can bring you all the best deals. So that's the fun part of my job these days. And I have to make everybody aware of these two opportunities coming up from 8 p.m. onwards is what I was going to say. So from 8 p.m. onwards, we're going to launch the hour with this particular strand of druzy agate. And you're probably thinking, what two opportunities? I only see one strand of gemstones. Don't worry. Here at Jewellery Maker, we also provide you with the means to present your jewellery designs perfectly at your craft fairs. Or maybe if you just want to show off, the bust itself, a trade show style offer coming up in the final hour of the show. So even if somebody has commandeered your TV currently to watch something, maybe a sporting event for example, make sure that you are logged in to jewellerymaker.com either on your tablet, your laptop or what have you, or just wrestle the remote back off them bang on 8 p.m. because that will be available. I've only got double figures of availability. It's very, very rare, actually, for druzy crystal formations to survive even the mining process, even the formation. Because they form so closely to their host rock, actually very rare to get hold of druzy crystals. We manage to do it on a regular basis here at Jewellery Maker, but not very often in this size. These are absolutely huge. I've only got double figures, it's going to be a sellout, and the bust will also be available in that same hour. But can I just let everybody know about the Superstar buy? Sorry, I just got to show you this because it was put together today. These pearls only landed in the warehouse. In fact, I'm not even sure we've had an opportunity to photograph this bundle yet. So don't worry, by the time we bring you this at 9:15, it will be available. But this is our cookies and cream bundle put together especially for us this afternoon, and these pearls are going to be ridiculous value as part of this combination known as cookies and cream for obvious reasons. Two premier strands bundled together. You're not going to believe the price point. I've got quite a healthy quantity, so I have to thank the channel manager for making both those strands available for us today. So thanks, Paula. Very lovely. Right, okay, let's continue to find and add it to your order price for everyone. And we're going to start with a gemstone, which I think is pretty much universally accepted as a must-have for all jewellery makers. Again, it goes well with my outfit. Beautiful amethyst. Elongated pairs. So I would say these are offering you a slightly different look to a traditional top drilled drop because you do have a larger carat weight and, well, basically a larger length of droplet. Quite good actually for those sort of chandelier style designs or cascading designs that fall down the décolletage because, well, traditionally designs that do that and actually draw attention to the neckline are designed to draw attention to more attractive parts of a woman's body. And so the elongated droplets, I was trying to be really diplomatic there, but that is the idea behind those designs within fashion. And so, yes, other than a lady's beautiful face, then this is what the sort of evening wear dresses are designed this way, aren't they? Yeah. To accentuate parts of a lady's body. Say again, Sam. What?
Usually it's the lower the nicer.
Okay, so the lower the cut,
The lower the bigger the droplet.
the bigger the droplet on the necklace. Okay, I think we're getting ourselves into a bit of trouble here, a bit of hot water. So let's move away from the description. But I think everybody knows what we're getting at. Basically, the idea behind evening wear is that they do have a sort of plunging neckline. And so if you've got a feature gemstone that follows that elongation, then it will draw attention to it. My producer just making me laugh. Right, he's telling me off basically. 100 carats of amethyst here and huge carat weights on each and every gemstone due to that cut, that elongated cut. And they range in size from 13 by 8, that's the smallest one, up to 33 by 11. Seriously impressive look. And you've got that traditional saturation of colour, those gorgeous regal purple tones that people associate with amethyst. And because you've got that greater saturation of colour, the way they've been faceted actually gives you this gorgeous lustre. The way the light is reflecting on the surface. I mean, just look at that. That is fantastic. Let's have a look at the current price for this Gems of Distinction strand, because we are going to be able to give everybody an exclusive price reduction this evening, only available for 60 minutes, a must-have gemstone. And I have to say, my tie can only be described now as amethyst purple. Look at that. You like that? So, I think I'm actually giving everybody a bit of designer inspiration this evening. Because have a look at this for a combination. Rose quartz and amethyst. Let's have a look then at our reduced price for this Gems of Distinction strand of amethyst. Under £10 and handing you back the equivalent of your P&P for 100 carats of amethyst at £9.95. Pretty impressive, can't say fairer than that. We're talking about less than 10p a carat here for amethyst, one of the most recognisable and popular gemstones on the market. And just have a look at the gorgeous lustre that we're getting, not only from the saturation of colour, but also from the gorgeous lapidary work. So the way the gemstone cutter has placed each and every facet on the surface of the gemstone is really allowing that light to cascade across the surface of the gemstone, create a very high-end look, particularly if you are going to be creating evening wear after our little delve into fashion designs, if you like. £9.95 is the clearance price for 100 carats of amethyst. Gorgeous carat weights on each and every gemstone. We are going to leave that there. It looks like it could be another sellout here on The Late Show. And we're now going to bring you our purple agate. Have a look at this. Now this is basically an amethyst purple colour tone, but you'd be hard pushed to cut and polish amethyst into this shape. Not quite as dense as agate, not quite as readily available, and so in order to get over 450 carats of amethyst, you would be up against it, but you can do that with agate, and of course you get this it almost looks like bark on a tree, the kind of banding you've got here. Does that make sense if we just have a look a little closer? You see that? Or maybe like snake skin, for example. 480 carats. These are gorgeous, aren't they? These have been classified as rice beads, but they're huge. Look at that. Gorgeous banding. So each and every gemstone almost gives you a sort of bespoke finish, if you like, because the banding creates a unique look on each and every gemstone. 480 carats in total, and the rice beads themselves range in size from 14 by 10 to 30 by 21, so very significant looks once again. Oh, we only have a limited number available apparently, so you need to start dialing that free phone number right now. Let's have a look at the current price. £8.95 if you want to add this to your order. $8.95, but as I say, very, very limited in availability. In fact, single figures of availability. So if you, maybe even if you're caught in two minds, you think, oh, that might look right in this design or that design, dial the free phone number, add it to your order, and make an informed decision once you see it in the flesh. You've got 30 days to appreciate the gemstone before you make that final decision. If you're not happy, you can send anything back to us, but, oh, sorry. It is quite a dense gemstone. That just goes to show why it's so popular within the art of crafting and jewellery making. Traditionally, it gets about 7 on the Mohs scale. Bearing in mind it goes from 1 to 10. Diamonds are 10 on the Mohs scale, so or 9.9 or something. So again, it's about 7, so you can see how dense it is. We're going to move on, and we're going to show you now this rose quartz that I matched up with that amethyst. And it's really impressive because it's heavily faceted as well. So if you did get hold of the amethyst, I would add the rose quartz to your order. This is star cut. So they've created a really unique shape by, you know, being a bit gung-ho with the faceting, if you like, but it is very, very uniformed on each and every gemstone. So you've got the 8mm size on each and every gemstone. The facets are basically placed on the same place in every gemstone. Hopefully I can show you that. There you go, you see? You see how it's mirrored on each and every gemstone? There you go, perfect. So there you go, it just goes to highlight the quality of our lapidary work, not just the quality of the gemstones themselves, but of course, it's the lapidarist that actually sort of elevates Mother Nature's hard work onto that next level and makes these jewellery quality gemstones. 170 carats of rose quartz here, the gemstone of true love, gorgeous femininity, but as we've already discussed this evening, it depends what you match it up with. I've seen rose quartz being matched up with Smokey Quartz, for example, to great effect. So you get, it's almost like a toned down version of a monochrome look. So rather than using your blacks and your whites, you've got your chocolate browns and your pinks. You like that combination, Sam?
I do, yeah. I'd throw the white in there as well, to be honest.
You put the pearls in with it as well, Sam. There you go. Sam's a bit of a jewellery maker. She might be putting together some more designs for us soon, mightn't you, Sam? Who knows? Have a look at this. Yeah, you're definitely right. The pearls actually almost tie it all together, don't they? So if you are thinking about getting hold of our cookies and cream bundle coming up at 9:15 this evening, this could be the perfect way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day. Thanks, Sam. Here we go then. Should be $9.95, really? Even if you didn't take into consideration the huge carat weight of rose quartz you're going to get there, if you just thought about how labour intensive it was to create the star cut facets, at $6.95, you cannot ignore that deal, surely. Particularly if you've already got a P&P up and running, because we've just saved you the equivalent of your P&P on this strand. Star cut gemstones for $6.95, and it's rose quartz, so you've got, well, a must-have for most jewellery makers, because even if you don't traditionally wear the more feminine designs, the more girly gemstones, as they're called whenever I say I like them, then I think if you are selling your designs, you're going to need to have those feminine tones on your store. If you're making jewellery, because, you know, it is nice to offer people, you know, luxury items that are bespoke, that you've put thought into, that you have obviously shown them that you've been thinking about them while you've been making the piece of jewellery. You've got to have these, haven't you? For any little princess out there. Oh, Sam, you're exactly right. How could I have missed it? How could I have forgotten? It's just because I know this gemstone is going to sell out. I don't want to disappoint too many people by showing it too often, but it's got to be a consideration for anybody getting hold of the pink druzy. This gemstone here is just so sparkly. I think it's because, the reason I don't keep going back to it is because if we do, then Sam and I are just going to get too distracted to do our jobs. Is that right? So that's coming up at 8 PM, don't forget. And also, we'll give you the opportunity to own the bust as well. So at these price points, this is like a trade show tonight, isn't it? Where are we getting on to? Sorry. Here we go then. Clear quartz, so another must-have. Another very elegant cut of gemstone really. These are your faceted drops. They range in size from 7 up to 10 mil, so very subtle variation, but I'll tell you what, if you are creating tiara designs, maybe for proms that are coming up, these are going to fit the bill. Hair combs as well, going to be popular for those sort of summer events, aren't they? Beautiful. Or, as we discussed recently, for, what do you call it? Sort of multicultural weddings. We were talking about those kind of bridal designs, weren't we? But not just for the bride. We were saying we tend to have big bridal parties. Well, for all weddings you have huge bridal parties actually these days. But we're talking about the headdresses that are worn by traditional Indian weddings, for example. These would look perfect. Do you really want me to model them? It's not going to look as good on me as it is on a beautiful woman, but this kind of look, you know the style. And there's a lot of those commissions going through. I think you should go back from my shiny head now, actually. That doesn't look very good. Actually, now that I look at myself, I think I might have caught the sun a little bit over the weekend. 85 carats in, a huge number of gemstones. Gorgeous, aren't they? If you do want to get involved, please start dialing the free phone number, because clear quartz tends to be very, very popular with jewellery makers, possibly because it's perfect for so many different genres. I mean, actually, you could maximise on the profit by creating some of those sort of macrame style rings. Oh, I'll tell you what, make a trillion. Because that looks good. I love you more today than I did yesterday, but not as much as I will tomorrow. There you go. Oh, I'm getting told not only am I girly, but I'm soppy now as well. Let's have a look at our price point for a Gems of Distinction strand of clear quartz, faceted to perfection as ever. Currently $9.95. For the next 60 minutes, you can add this to your order for a clearance price, because we're taking it down to $7.95. This is Gems of Distinction quality clear quartz. You can tell from the clarity that you're getting here, and I suppose that's one of the reasons people rely on clear quartz. So it's traditionally as an accent gemstone, but here you can absolutely use it as the feature of your design, because you've got that clean, beautiful clarity from the gemstone, and of course the neutrality of the fact that it goes with any other gemstone. This is going to be more suitable, I would say, for high-end looks because of the way it's been faceted. Hopefully you can see that. Again, very, very consistent or uniformed checkerboard faceting across the gemstone itself. Top drilled, so you can set it either that way, so it sits, you know, proud in your designs. That's quite traditional. Or of course you can rely on the droplet style that you get, and obviously when you get a little bit of movement, you're going to be able to appreciate the way the light is dispersed through the gemstone because of its faceting. In fact, we had some people saying that people just hang these up now, don't they? Hang them up in their living rooms. When the light hits the faceting, just sends a spectrum of colour around your rooms. That'd be nice for the summer, actually, just to create a different ambience to the room, if you like. $7.95 is a clearance price this evening, but only available for 60 minutes. One last look, and I've got people multi-buying that particular strand, so once again, it could be another sellout. Act now to avoid disappointment. And we're going to move on now. Now, traditionally, when we think about our findings, we talk about, you know, how essential they are and the fact that they're fundamental for all jewellery makers. Well, I think this is maybe your opportunity to go above and beyond with your essential findings and to create a feature or to include some character within that side of things, because look at the level of detailing on your flower connectors. Absolutely gorgeous, particularly if people are inspired by Mother Nature's looks and, you know, the vine style necklaces, or even just a floral motif used as the pendant of a design, or maybe the feature that flows throughout a design, and people using the top drill drops as petals, things like that. If you actually mirror that in all aspects of your design, shows a real attention to detail and draws attention to the piece itself, because people can see that, you know, you have a common theme. You haven't sort of cobbled together loads of different techniques just to show off. You've actually had a focused theme to your piece of jewellery, and the clasps or the connectors really go to highlight that, particularly if you're working with gold-plated sterling silver. We know how rare gold is, and the fact that it's actually potentially becoming even rarer as we struggle to locate new deposits. And Sam, you've got a bit of a design suggestion here. You think these could work as earrings?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite fashionable nowadays for people to have 2 piercings like myself.
2 piercings, yeah.
And then if you put chains,
Oh, that's a great idea.
too.
That is a fantastic idea. Oh, so would you use both of these in the hole?
I'd use just the one and then.
Oh, and then a bit of chain to dangle between them. That is a really popular look. I've seen that.
Yeah.
I'm so old because I don't know these things unless I see someone younger doing it. Oh dear. Here we go. That's a great idea. I haven't heard that before, so good thinking, Sam. Yeah. So traditionally, people had 1 ear piercing, but of course it's very, very fashionable to have 2 these days. And I've actually seen that on a lot of youngsters where you have a little bit of chain that connects the 2 earring designs together, and you can easily achieve that with this look. That is a great idea, and of course these would be perfect for earrings because it's gold plated sterling silver, so they're not going to tarnish, or what's the word when you get the little bit of green on your ear from the base metals, whatever it is. You know the look. You're not going to have that problem with gold-plated sterling silver, and of course, people will expect to pay a premium for high-end metal tones, which some jewellery makers might not even be able to source. Who knows? And just heard the 3 greatest words you could ever hope to hear from a producer. Let's be naughty. I don't know. That means I don't know what he's going to do, but we know the price is going to be tumbling down. Wow, they're already $7.95. You do get 2 of these, by the way. I've only showed you 1, but you get 2 as part of this deal. Do you know what? These are so large in size, I don't even need my tweezers. So these are my favourite finding ever. Should be $7.95, but producer Liam's just said the words, let's be naughty. So let's. He's just taken £1 off. He's just taken another £1 off, down to $5.95. He's just taken gold plate. Oh! I was not expecting that. Wow. So, Scott was producing the mid-show. So hopefully he's driving home. I think Paula is busy tonight. Hopefully executive producer Martha's not watching. Otherwise we're in a world of trouble. Don't worry about that if you're watching at home. Just take advantage of this deal. But that is a serious clearance price for gold-plated sterling silver. I mean, any finding that is gold-plated sterling silver at that price is amazing. But just have a look at the detailing on this particular finding. $3.95. If you sell your jewellery designs, I would absolutely advise you to invest in these, because items like this are going to allow you to justify the kind of price points that you're trying to achieve. Particularly if you're working with prestigious gemstones, like, you know, we've brought you the big 4, Apatite, Aquamarine, Morganite, Kunzite we've got coming up later in the show. If you want to finish your design with a real level of professionalism, I mean, just look at that. You'd be hard pushed to find connectors with this much detail elsewhere. $3.95 is totally ridiculous, and I've got people buying 2s, 3s and even 4s of this. This is your opportunity to stock up on this deal. So congratulations to Beverly, you've got 2, Terry, you've got 3, Smita, you've got 3, Caroline, you've got 2. A huge number of people adding this to their basket of Jewellery Maker. I'm not surprised at that kind of price point. That is seriously impressive. Even I'm shocked. I've been talking about how rare the opportunity to offer you gold is potentially going to become over the next couple of years, and then we take it to a clearance price. What can I say? We are going to move on though, because it is now time to bring you another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and time for another wholesale deal, this time in the form of findings, because you've got I'm just going to lean over here, sorry. Here we go. Now when we say beading bouquet, clues in the title, so if you just got hold of that particular deal we just offered you, this is going to be the perfect accompaniment, because we're now going to bring you all the other metal tones in terms of floral finishes, if you like. So we've got your floral bead caps here in your silver finish. I'm going to put two together so I can show you. There you go. So another floral look, very popular motifs within jewellery making. And these are actually sterling silver. 10 mil in size, you get 5 pieces as part of this pack. You've got the exact same look in your rose gold flash sterling silver. And I'll show you those. Now these sterling silver ones are 10 mil. And the rose gold ones are 10.5 mil, I hear. So ever so slightly larger, you can't really see that with the naked eye. But yes, so you get 5 of them in the sterling silver. I told you I was rubbish with tweezers, didn't I? Now I can't pick it up. I'll get it. Hold on. No. I'll pick up a different one. There you go, there's everything you get. So you've got the rose gold flash sterling silver bead caps. You get 5 of those, and those are around about 10 mil as well. Then you've got these little rose gold charms, if you like. So hopefully we can have a look at those, because these are really impressive. So went a bit Sean Connery there, very impressive, because again, the level of detailing on each and every one, perfect for maybe, you know, we were talking about anklet bracelets last week. They'd look gorgeous on an anklet, wouldn't they, just to break up the little clusters of gemstones you're using. Bracelet designs as in traditional charm bracelets, but of course maybe little features around a clasp to accent a clasp, or even to accent a gemstone. So again, I think you get 5 of those as well. Is that right? Yeah, cool. Yes, 5 of those. And then we've got the tulip style flower spacers. So these will have very similar uses: rose gold finish and oxidized silver finish. I'll try and get both of these together actually. Hold on a second. Nope, lost one of those. My word. There we go. Rose gold finish and oxidized silver finish on your little tulip heads, if you like. There. So all in all, 21 pieces, all sterling silver, except on the tulip heads you've got the oxidization finish, perfect for vintage looks. On the smaller ones, smaller flowers, you've got rose gold plating, and then you've got the rose gold flash on your bead caps as well. So real collection of floral finishes on your findings, and we're going to give you a £10 saving this evening. So if you were to buy all these individually, it costs you £24.75. Of course, that's the best value on the market for your precious metals. But tonight, a £10 saving, £14.75. That is our aim with our Star Buy offers, to bring you wholesale deals and, of course, a massive discount down to £14.75 from £24.75. So if you are the kind of jewellery maker who works on that higher level, who is maybe gaining personal commissions, like the lovely Sam, or even if you are just having a very successful time selling at your craft fairs and you think you can achieve those higher price points, then this is the way to justify those price points. And of course, people will be more accepting of a premium price if they're getting sterling silver or even rose gold plated sterling silver. So that is a really impressive deal, one for all the elite jewellery makers out there, and of course a £10 saving, down from £24.75 to £14.75. Now coming up at the top of the hour, I've got another Star Buy to bring you. I'm right in thinking, is it the coin version? Here we go then. 3 very, very impressive strands of gemstones in your coin shapes, very, very popular shapes, and you've got rose quartz, obsidian and red jasper Absolutely gorgeous. Those are coming up in about 20 minutes time. Before that though, we are going to bring you gorgeous mandarin garnet. One of the rarest forms of garnet available. Only found in very limited number of locations across the planet, and just have a look at the colour tone you've got here. Gorgeous sort of amber tones, real golden hues coming through. Beautiful plain rounds that range in size from 2mm to 4mm. I mean, can you imagine putting together a very high-end, say, soutache design where you actually framed your cabochon with mandarin garnet? Wow. I've actually seen people charging 4-figure sums for mandarin garnet jewellery on the open market. Of course, you don't quite have to stretch to that if you're working with this very prestigious gemstone. And of course, an alternative variety of January's birthstone. Traditionally, we think of those sort of red wine hues coming from garnet, but actually the Groschler garnet varieties tend to be different colour tones, and actually they tend to be rarer and more sought after, particularly mandarin garnet. 30 carats here in your plain rounds. Very, very impressive. And actually, the last time we had this gemstone, we were saying how well it would go with amber because of that similarity in the colour tones. We know that recently lots of jewellery makers out there were investing in this natural mineral which is so popular. Amber and mandarin garnet together. I imagine that's going to start to inflate your price points and allow you to achieve or justify the price point you want to achieve on your jewellery designs. Mandarin garnet here. This could be your opportunity maybe to offer somebody whose birthday falls in January an alternative variety. We often hear that redheads, for example, don't like to wear traditional red gemstones like garnet. This would be the perfect substitute for a redhead, wouldn't it? Comes from our Gems of Distinction range, as you'd accept, from probably the rarest variety of garnet that we can bring you here at Jewellery Maker, other than maybe Tsavorite garnet. I would say those two are sort of fighting it out. They're both Groschler varieties of garnet, and so you get these alternative colour tones. Generally a different element that is included, because garnet isn't a traditional gemstone, and as much as it doesn't fall into a normal gemstone family, if you like, instead it's more of a species of gemstone, and so you do get these variations. And we've seen that obviously from the likes of rhodolite garnet or Nactamunda garnet, but then of course Tsavorite garnet, which is a one location gemstone, and of course mandarin garnet, which is only found in a few different locations and is very, very rare. Gorgeous golden hue, and we are going to offer you a price reduction. So maybe you've been admiring mandarin garnet for a few months or even a few years, who knows, but you've never had the opportunity to invest in it previously. I've got 30 carats here. Very, very impressive clarity from the gemstones. You can see that from the plain round cuts that you wouldn't often find on a Gems of Distinction strand. Let's have a look at the current price then. Currently available, wow, for $69.95. But we're not staying there tonight. We are going to offer you a price reduction. I have to explain to everybody that our price reductions are only ever available for 60 minutes at a time on the late show. And that is indicated if you're shopping online. You can actually see the time counting down, and that offer will run out. So even if you are caught in two minds, unbelievable. $49.95 for 30 carats of mandarin garnet. Do your own research, and I actually think you'll be hard pushed to find that many designs featuring mandarin garnet. It is very, very rare. Of course, here at Jewellery Maker, because of the unique way we work, because of our links with gemstone suppliers, being part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, we can source some of the rarest gemstones on the planet, but we should still sort of stick to the pricing, or sort of understood pricing of these gemstones. We don't, basically. We offer you pretty incredible value, and at $49.95 I am absolutely not sideways. For mandarin garnet, this kind of carat weight, can you imagine creating maybe a macrame bracelet featuring mandarin garnet. I mean, it's just, I don't think there's anywhere else that could offer you the opportunity to create that piece of jewellery. Very, very rare variety of garnet, and almost unheard of at that price point. Completely natural. I'm almost speechless. $49.95 for 30 carats mandarin garnet. That is one of the most exclusive gemstones that we have here at Jewellery Maker. Not just in the show, in the whole warehouse. $49.95 for 30 carats mandarin. Seriously impressive. We are going to move on. I'm going to stick with mandarin garnet, but you can see how rare the gemstone is. We've got a very limited supply, and in fact we've only got 6 strands of this particular item. These are your top drilled faceted drops. Again, quite delicate sizes. I mean, you wouldn't probably expect to get huge carat weights of a gemstone that is this rare, but faceted. I mean, you'd have to be a pretty brave lapidarist to say, oh yeah, I'll facet the mandarin garnet. I think if I was in there, I'd be like, I'll stick to the agates, mate, today. I'd quite like to keep my job. You don't want to be taking too many risks with high carat weights of mandarin garnet. Okay, people already flying through to get hold of this one. There you go. We only have 6 available. Even if you're caught in 2 minds, get it in your collection, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision. With the other one, because they had the plain rounds, there were more of the golden tones coming through, the yellows, if you like. Here, because of the way they've been faceted, because of the way the light is bouncing around on the gemstone, you're getting more of the sort of marmalade hues coming through, actually. So it's a richer colour tone. Actually, can you imagine using them together? That would look fantastic. Very, very high price points you can hope to achieve if you're working with 2 different cuts of mandarin garnet in one design. Okay, we've got to get the price on screen because these are being allocated to baskets. It's currently available at $44.95. Please make sure that if you have placed this in your basket, you check out to avoid disappointment, because people are starting to come through on the free phone number. We're taking another £10 off the price, down to $34.95. I don't know how we do it. Other than to say that we deal directly with mine owners to get you the best deals on the market, I'm pretty sure even they would be shocked to find out we've given you these kind of price points. $34.95 for 15 carats of mandarin garnet. And it's not like we're selling you the rough, where somebody's saying, oh, yeah, I've got some mandarin garnet, you can have it off me for £2.50 per carat, and then send you a big bag of sort of, you know, maybe rough cut nuggets. You could understand that, £2.50 a carat mandarin garnet. But when it's actually been cut and faceted to these exacting standards, and then we give you a £10 saving, that is not to be ignored. $34.95. And in fact, even if you are using the Gems of Distinction range in order to build a collection of gemstones rather than to achieve higher price points for your designs, then this is a must-have. It's a collector's gemstone. Do your own research into the rarity of mandarin garnet and you will find that this is a real collector's edition, one for the gemstone connoisseurs, if you like, and at $34.95, that is just unbeatable. Well, who knows, maybe somebody can beat it, but I would be surprised. $34.95. Very, very limited in availability now, just 4 remaining, and fewer than that if everybody was to check out their basket. So we'll leave it there and we're going to move on. We're now going to bring you more jewellery quality gemstones, and when I say that, it's because these are calibrated cuts, perfect for setting into your traditional, maybe your prong set ring designs that I know that people sort of stock up on. And just have a look at these. They're all 5mm, and you have got a tanzanite, a Swiss blue topaz, Rajasthan garnet, an iolite, an amethyst, and a white topaz. So the amethyst and white topaz, there, you can just see. And then you've got your garnet, Oh yeah, that has to be your highlight, because I can see the purples now. There's your tanzanite and there's your topaz. Look at that. Swimming pool blue from your topaz. Then you've got the pleochroism of your tanzanite, so you've got pinks, blues and purples in there. You've got that gorgeous violet tone from your highlight. Rich, almost ruby red or cherry red from your garnet there. Then you've got gorgeous regality from your purple amethyst, and then the clarity from your white topaz. So perfect. And actually, when I've seen those prong ring settings, you can literally bend the prongs back up and change the gemstone depending on your outfit. So today I would have rocked my amethyst, obviously. And then on another day, I was wearing a blue shirt, I might have worn my tanzanite or my Swiss blue topaz. I probably wouldn't wear a very elegant trillion cut ring, if I'm honest with you. It's probably more for the ladies. Or, of course, this does come from our gem collector range. So if maybe you're thinking about putting together a gemstone collection, it's something that you're interested in, this will be the perfect way to get 6 different gemstones, all jewellery quality, all perfect for setting into jewellery designs, and you can get them all in your collection for one price point. And of course, if you are maybe involved in some of the other more niche disciplines here at Jewellery Making, the high-end disciplines like your silver clay work, where of course once you've fired your silver clay, it's actually higher standard than sterling silver because it's 99.9% pure. You can actually set the gemstones into that, but you do have to be very careful because the silver clay has to be baked at certain temperatures, and you know, you just be careful about which gemstones you're setting into your silver clay. I believe you get all the information with it, so you can actually you can find out the list of gemstones you can fire it. But of course, you can actually create the setting, and then just a little dab of your jewellery glue, you can actually glue your gemstone into that setting that you've created. So you've got a lot of different possibilities, particularly if you're working with the high-end niches. There are certain gemstones you can bake in the silver clay, but I would be pretty careful with these gemstones. If you go to Natalia's page on Facebook, then you'll be able to find the list of gemstones. I personally wouldn't bake any of my gemstones with my silver clay. I'd create the setting and then glue the gemstone in afterwards. That's how I would do it. Sam seems to be in agreement.
Yeah, don't bake them.
She says don't bake them. But there are a list of gemstones you can bake in the silver clay, but I just checked before I did it, that's all. You've got to be careful when you're working with, I would describe this, unfortunately, as jewellery quality gemstones. These are the kind of gemstones you can expect to see set into 9 carat, maybe even 18 carat gold if you were purchasing these on the high street or from a high-end jewellery designer. Let's have a look at the current price of this gem collector collection. Currently available for $29.95. Hold on a second. Is that £6 per gemstone here? Wow. And we're going even lower. Speechless. For the first time in 29 years and 362 days. Totally speechless. $12.95. How many of these have we got? Oh, really? Sam's as annoyed as me. I would have given you $14.95 for 2 of these. So I would have been happy to pay $14.95, and even at that price I would have taken 2. Well, there you go. That is how our producers offer you the best value on the market by effectively going to clearance prices. $12.95. That's bonkers. Look at Sam's face. She's not impressed with you. You can't see it from your camera, Sam. Not impressed. $12.95. That's like £6.18. No, less than that, is it? £2.18. What am I talking about? £6. It was already at £6 a gemstone, so yeah, like £2.18 per gemstone. Are they not selling out at $12.95? Are we on air? Hello? Trillion cut gemstones, calibrated to be set into professional jewellery designs. £12.95, £2.18. Hello? Hello? Are you out there? £12.95. I am seriously impressed with that. That's a clearance deal. Tell you what, any that are left, just put on my account. I'll happily take those at that price point. Oh, I won't be off air in 60 minutes. I'll take them at £29.95 actually. Okay, looks like it's going to be a sellout. I'll be surprised if it isn't. That is totally crazy. Let me just let everybody aware of what we'll be doing in 1 hour's time. It's going to be another sellout deal, particularly when you see this. Look at that. Oh, so if you thought you were depressed before, Sam, you're going to miss out on this one as well, aren't you? I don't like working on our show anymore because the hero products are too good and you miss out on them all. Well, you can go and work with Ali again if you want, but then you don't get to see my handsome face of an evening, so there you go. Oops, let's just be careful with the druzy. Okay, that is coming up in about an hour, but I think it's going to be a sellout deal. I've only got double figures of availability. I would almost go as far as to say that druzy is probably Jewellery Maker's favourite gemstone, isn't it? We're moving on though. I knew you were going to pick that one. I'm glad you did. Easily my favourite gemstone strand when I look down at the collection there, and that is saying something. I can see blue sapphires, emeralds, mandarin garnets, amethysts, blue topaz, but have a look at this. Now this has been classified as yellow sapphire, which is also known as canary sapphires, but I think that's a bit of a boon to all of our jewellery makers out there because you've got a real variation of colour tones here. You've got, well, essentially Padaparacha colours, almost like tutti frutti like tones. The rarest varieties of sapphire come in these colour tones. Now this actually doesn't come from the specific location that you'd associate with Padaparacha, so it isn't Padaparacha, but it's the exact same colour tone. You're still working with genuine sapphires. Love this variation of colour tones because you've got the golden yellows, sort of sunflower yellows if you like. Then you've got the almost like apricot or pinky tones that you'd associate traditionally with a Padaparacha coloured sapphire, and do your own research. Just have a look right now. If you are watching online, type Padaparacha sapphire into your search engine and see the kind of price points. Not just 4-figure sums, I've seen 5-figure sums for Padaparacha coloured sapphire. I think I've sold it about 3 times when I was on Gems TV. Seriously high price points. And, you know, we were offering you the best value on the market. If you can imagine some of the high-end jewellery designers, the kind of price points that they will charge for Padaparacha coloured sapphire. Obviously, this isn't from that location, but it gives you the opportunity to offer your customers sapphires of the exact same colour tone. Producer, you doing a little bit of research based on what I've just said there? So if you look for carat weights of well, over 3 to 5 carats, you're going to see some sort of $50,000 price points, I would imagine. He's found some over 10 already. So that just goes to show you the kind of price points you can pay for that specific variety of sapphire. Of course, I'm not saying that's what you've got here, but you've got the identical colour tones. And you've even got pink sapphires and canary sapphires here as well. And of course, as we know, through our connections on our sister channel Gems TV. There you go, there you go. So my producers just looked at, and what was the carat weight, sorry? Okay, so there you go. So saying find something over 5 carats. He actually found a ring that features 19 carats of Padaparacha sapphires, $111,000 or pounds, £111,000. Well, if you see any Padaparacha sapphire for £111, A, it's not real, and B, if it is, buy all of it. But as I say, it's not Padaparacha sapphire, but it's a very, very similar colour. So that gives you an idea of how sought after this colour tone is within sapphire. And of course, as we know, as I was just saying, the owners of the company are real life gem hunters, direct to the mines to get the best possible deals, and of course to get a bit of a lowdown on what's going to be available. And we are not getting high enough yields of coloured sapphires to make it worthwhile for the high-end designers, to invest in. So it may be as well that you're not going to see canary sapphires on the market over the next 12 to 18 months. You may be offering your customers something that they can't get hold of elsewhere. Who knows? 15 carats in total, currently available for $44.95, and my producer's just taken it down to $39.95, a £5 saving. I'm just really mesmerised by the price points we can give you. As I say, I should be quite au fait with these price points because I used to run the channel along with Paula, but I think even we're getting blasé about what we're offering you here. $39.95 for 15 carats of gorgeous sapphires. We're going to leave that one with you because it is now star buy time, and it's the coin collection. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another star buy. On this occasion, we're going to offer you a money-saving bundle. Now, star buys are going to come in one of two forms, either a premiere launch, such as our Druzy agate coming up in less than an hour now. This is going to be coming up around about 5 to 8 this evening. Only got double figures of availability. It's going to be a sellout strand. So that is one opportunity coming up in less than an hour. That's a premiere opportunity, or we could offer you a bundle. Now, coming up as our superstar buy, we've got a double trouble deal on two premieres, but we've bundled them together to give you incredible value. So that's the other opportunity, although this is sort of a mixture of the two. So this is two premiere opportunities bundled together, so that's seriously impressive. Right now, I'm going to bring you the coin collection. And here it is. So this is a discount deal where we've bundled together 3 strands of gemstones so that we can provide you with a saving. Now we hear that the coins are very, very popular, and actually you can see how well the red jasper coins, which are actually 20 mil in size, can be used to great effect in your designs. Actually, you wouldn't think that you'd need to provide a design like this with much more texture, but the red jasper absolutely does that. So this is a design that's been put together by Gemma using the felting, actually, and so we actually show you this from time to time when we're selling the felt. Even against the background of the felt, you can see how the banding on the red jasper comes to the forefront of the design and still becomes a real feature. So I traditionally call this terracotta jasper, just to give everybody an idea of that sort of Mediterranean red tone that you get, but officially it is classed as red jasper, and it's actually the most common variety of jasper, so people are more likely to be aware of this variety of jasper than any other. And you've got 480 carats in your 20 mil coins there. Then I've got this beautiful black obsidian, and I know that I'm going to struggle to show you the optical phenomenon on screen, but it is very prominent in this particular. Oh no, I've got it. Can you see that? It almost looks like a, you know when you see planets from a really, from sort of like an aerial view or from space, it almost looks like that, doesn't there? Yes, sorry, yes, that's what I meant actually. Yeah, my producer's put it much better than I did, much more articulate young man. So he's just saying it's almost like when you see the sunlight almost going across the dark side of a planet, and then you see that effect. That is what it looks like, isn't it? Or even the moon. It's a bit like the surface of the moon at night. Actually, that is what it looks like. I've changed my mind. It looks like me. So actually, do you know why I'm so happy about this? Because I very, very rarely get to show you this optical effect in obsidian. This is really, really high quality obsidian. I'll just pick a different gemstone. I'm sure it's going to come through on this one as well. Reason it's so impressive, of course, is because you've got that jet black base tone to the gemstone. And then you get this little almost metallic or golden flourish inside the gemstone. It's really impressive. This is actually it's sort of an effect that's created because this is essentially fossilized lava, so it's fast cooling lava, and it holds that sort of lattice-like formation inside and allows that little bit of colour play. I'm so excited that we've got to show you the effect that you get from obsidian. And it'll just give another dimension to your designs as well. On the face of it, people will think you're working with a jet black gemstone, and then as soon as the light hits it, you're going to get to experience that gorgeous optical effect. So that's really impressive. And those are 14mm in size. And then anybody who likes to work with feminine gemstones, or if you are going to use your jet black gemstones, you want to create a bit of drama in the design, your pastel pinks tend to work beautifully. So again, it depends how you use these in your designs, what gemstones you match them up with, what metal tones you marry them with, as to the visual effect you're going to get in your designs. This is the coin collection, a range of our puffy coins in a range of versatile sizes, 10mm, 14mm and 20mm, jasper, obsidian and rose quartz. And here comes your discount deal. Should be £19.35, but this evening you can add it to your order for £11.95, a huge saving. Is that true?
I'm using the black obsidian.
Brilliant. Top tip from our resident designer this evening, Sam, who is also our tech op. When you're working with black obsidian, try not to snack on minstrels, the galaxy chocolate, because you don't want to eat any obsidian.
Really?
Unbelievable.
You thought I would have chewed it or something, but no, I genuinely.
Oh, you've just swallowed it. I thought you discovered it when it went in your mouth. You said, so basically you were inhaling minstrels. That's what you're telling us. Unbelievable. See, you're making a bit of an evening of your jewellery making, weren't you? You've got your minstrels all laid out.
Trust me, I've got a bottle of Coke everywhere.
Bottle of carbonated drink. Oh yeah, you don't drink. Yeah, okay, it really was a soft drink then. £11.95, a huge saving. Should be closer to £20, but this evening under 12. Huge carat weight. Real impact gemstones there, really sort of individual look from each gemstone. Femininity from your rose quartz. You've got the almost elegant optical effect of your obsidian, and then of course the versatility of that sort of Mediterranean tone of your jasper. I've got to leave that one with you. We've got to go to a quick break because of course we cannot launch our 8 PM hero late. This star buy opportunity is coming up just before 8 PM. I think it's going to be a sellout deal. When you see the quality of the druzy crystal formations you've got on this strand, you're going to be dialing that free phone number. Just have a look at that. And of course, an exclusive launch prize coming up in less than an hour, not to be missed. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the hour that contains that strand, that druzy. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute break. We'll see you in a sec.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin and get creating stunning designs in no time with this Kumahimo introductory DVD. The easy-to-follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will guide you through a variety of techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just £69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designers Debbie Bulford and Rachel Norris to explore the endless possibilities of combining polymer clay and wirework. This DVD guides you through a variety of projects and will give you the inspiration you need to create your own designs. Advance your jewellery making and fuse your talents together with this amazing DVD. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. This is of course the late show. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. We are very, very busy this evening and we know why, because the deals are so good. And of course, very, very impressive premiere launches. The Druzy is coming up now in around about 45 minutes time. Not long to wait at all. Double figures of availability on this particular item. Could be one of the most exciting launches of the year so far here on the Late Show. I mean, look at that. Beautiful. Oh, look at that. Just getting the effect there of the coating on that one as well. Look at that. Oh, wow. You see that? Wow, there you go, look at that. Have I got it? You see that on this face? Look at that. Wow. Okay, that's coming up at 8 PM. I think it's going to be a sellout deal because I've only got double figures of availability. And coming up as our superstar buy, our cookies and cream bundle, brand new strand of Smokey Quartz, brand new strand of classic white pearls. 2 premiere launches bundled together at a discount price. So I'll just tell everybody. He says I'm not allowed. He's going under £15. Sorry. Okay, we are now going to do a bit of a gemstone showcase. So we're going to feature one gemstone which I think is growing in popularity, certainly being used more heavily in American fashion designs based on my research, but I imagine it's going to become a bit of an ever-present, if you like, on the high street very, very soon. And we're going to start with a bit of an alternative variety. I suppose most people associate Apatite with sort of the tropical blues or even the neon blues if you're fortunate enough to own neon Apatite. But how often do we see these sort of lagoon greens, if you like, even ranging up to sort of chrome diopside greens actually? Actually, my producer's just saying he mistakenly thought that this was chrome diopside when it first arrived at the studio today. So you can see there, you've got that sort of rich bottle green tone. It's gorgeous, isn't it? You still get some of the blue hues coming through, so you almost get like a teal-like colour coming from certain gemstones. I mean, in all honesty, this is sort of, it's like emerald with clarity, isn't it? Obviously emerald prized for its inclusions, but this doesn't have the inclusions, but it has that same strong green hue coming through. So there, that's how I'd describe it. Emerald with clarity. Green Apatite here. Faceted pairs, and they range in size from 6x4 to 10x7, so quite a significant look on some of these larger gemstones. I would describe them as pendants, really. 30 carats of a very rare variety of Apatite that we don't see every day, even here at Jewellery Maker. I'll tell you what, I would actually set this with pearls. I'm just looking over at the pearls and look at that. That works, doesn't it? I've stole that idea from a design I saw Mark had put together with, actually I think it might have been peridot pearls, but the green and the white just seemed to work so well together. I would definitely get hold of this gemstone. And of course, always exciting to offer your customers sort of variations on the traditional looks, if you like. So normally people might associate Apatite with the neon blue tones, but if somebody already has that understanding of Apatite as a gemstone, to offer them an alternative variety might end up leading to greater sales. 30 carats in total. And here comes your price point. $19.95. Now this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Represents the highest quality we can possibly source for you. And when you look at the clarity of the gemstones, I think that is clear for all to see. It is just so high end, hasn't it? Look at that. Beautiful. 30 carats in total, all available. The best value on the market. Under £20 for 30 carats of green Apatite. And we're going to move on. And we're going to offer you more of a traditional look now. Now this is probably classified as sky blue Apatite. The only reason that I would disagree with that is that I can see the very faintest of neon hues coming through. But actually on screen, in greater exposure to light, absolutely the sky blues and the swimming pool blues coming through, but just when I sort of shade it a little, I can see almost like a neon hue coming through. But really, really impressive look. And of course, I would say that if you are aiming to use these sky blue tones, and maybe people traditionally rely on their topaz, for example, for the sky blue tones, or aquamarine, I've never seen any sky blue topaz that had this solidity of colour here at Jewellery Maker. So this is just a more consistent colour tone than I'd associate with the sky blue topaz that we're able to get hold of here at Jewellery Maker. And actually, again, good combination with the pinks and the purples, I've just noticed. You see that? That worked quite well. I'm just using my attire now as accents. That's good, isn't it? Look at this though. It's so impressive. Such a solid saturation of colour. And they range in size from 3x1 to 5x2. So again, quite a significant look from your faceted rondelles. 40 carats in total. Again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It represents the highest possible quality that we can source for you. Oh, I've just heard that we're going to do an impromptu price reduction on this particular strand, and at the same time a little bit of information sometimes flashes up on the screen regarding folklore or chemical compositions of the gemstones sometimes comes up on the screen. It just said on the screen that apatite traditionally ranges from swimming pool blues to sea greens. And those are the two phrases I've used to describe these two gemstones. So there you go, you can see that we are definitely hitting the mark with the quality that people would associate with this gemstone. You've had your sea greens, now we are bringing you your swimming pool blues in faceted rondelles. Let's have a look at the current price. Already down at $14.95, and my producer sounds a little bit hard done by. He's saying, I've got to do this price slash. Why have you got to do it? I see. So it's a new rule he has to adhere to. This sounds like a pretty good rule for all the jewellery makers out there, because my producer has been forced to lower the price by £5. A crisp £5 note placed back in your pocket for a Gems of Distinction quality strand of apatite. Look at the consistency of the colour there, and actually in that recording I think you can start to see some of those neon blue hues that I was describing when I first picked this gemstone strand up. I was talking about being able to spot some of those neon hues. You can see, actually look at that, you can literally see the difference between natural light, which is emulated in the box there, and the light source in our studio. You can see that basically washing those apatites out a little, much more solid swimming pool blue tone when you see it in the flesh. $9.95. Wow, that's going to be a sellout strand. We're going to move on. I'm going to move back to some of these sort of sea greens, or, I mean, that is a chrome dioxide green, right? Sort of rich forest green. Maybe a little darker than a chrome dioxide green. I'll tell you what, this is, it is like the love child of emerald and chrome dioxide, isn't it? Green apatite. Actually, I would say this is the kind of colour tone that an emerald aspires to. It's because of the clarity, of course. So the difference with the colour tone you get in an emerald is that you get those inclusions, the jardin, and that almost gives you greater variations in the colour tone. But here you've got that gorgeous clarity, and the forest green or the bottle green is definitely coming through. Real intensity of that beautiful emerald green tone. Faceted rondelles, again, they range from 3x2 to 5x3. So now that I see that these are the same variation in size, I'm wondering about using these together. Oh yeah, that is gorgeous. And that's maybe a combination that people don't naturally think of, but the swimming pool blues and the emerald greens really working beautifully here. And of course you've got the same gemstone. And this could be a great way to educate your customer base. So even if you were creating a very delicate pair of earrings where you just use maybe 3 or 4 gemstones on a head pin, and you could basically explain to your customers that you do get a real variety of colour tones in these gemstones. So apatite ranges literally from the swimming pool blues to the sea greens, and you have the chance to include both of these in one design. Right now I'm bringing you 30 carats of some of the most beautiful green apatite we've ever been able to source here at Jewellery Maker, and you can see that from the consistency of the colour. So the reason I'm standing strange is because I want the light to pass through the gemstone so you can appreciate the clarity as well as the colour tone. And of course, because they've been faceted, you've got that gorgeous sparkle as well. Once again, our Gems of Distinction range ticking every box for jewellery makers out there. And let's have a look at the price point. If you manage to get hold of 30 carats of emerald that have this consistency of colour, what kind of price point would you be paying? Even at, say, £2–3 a carat, which would be an amazing price point, you'd be expecting to pay, what, £60–90 for emerald of this quality? Potentially, who knows? We've seen that you can pay up to $5,000 for pieces of rough in Colombian emerald. But this evening we are bringing you green apatite. This is offering you the kind of colour tone that an emerald might even aspire to. And we can give you the price point of $11.95. Once again, jewellery quality gemstones faceted to perfection for under £15. I mean, you just can't argue with that kind of value, can you? So we've actually got a strand of emerald of similar quality, would you say, producer Liam? Well, it's graduated faceted rondelles, is it? And you get 15 carats, and it's $39.95. So there you go, that's perfect. So we've actually got to the point now where the only website we can actually do relevant comparisons is our own. So obviously it's emerald, this is apatite, different gemstones, and of course this gemstone may require some education to your customer base. They might not have heard of it, but I'll tell you what, in the next 10 years I'll expect them to have heard of it, because it is being used much more heavily by American jewellery designers across the pond. I would stay one step ahead of the trends rather than trying to catch up. $11.95 for 30 carats. That is seriously high quality. Moving on now to little graduated pairs. They're through drilled, they're faceted, and actually you've got a variation of the colour tones on here. So these range from the swimming pool blues to the sea greens. Oh, unfortunately though, we are very limited in availability, so there are some jewellery makers out there who have already started to rely on apatite within their jewellery designs. And actually, even if you weren't necessarily reliant on people's awareness of the gemstones, but instead you prefer to focus on certain themes, of course this will feed into those nautical themes that are so on trend throughout the spring and the summer spring and summer seasons is the word I'm looking for. Graduated faceted pear drops. They range in size from 7x5 to 11x7, and here you've got an apatite for any jewellery design, because you've got the sky blues, the swimming pool blues, and those lagoon greens all on one strand. Let's have a look at our price point this evening for a Gems of Distinction strand of apatite, down to $9.95. And now we are down to single figures of availability. That just goes to show how popular this gemstone is becoming. Looks like this could be a sellout strand this evening. I mean, you only really need 2 of these, don't you, in an earring design? Maybe choose the larger central stone as the pendant. $9.95. Now, we are also going to bring you a little bit of value on apatite, because our next star buy is an apatite bundle. $9.95 for that Gems of Distinction strand. That is out of this world, especially when you consider their faceted pear drops. We are going to do one. I was just going to say, make one suggestion, please, producer. Can we do number 14 at the end of this apatite showcase, because it is the perfect accompaniment to any apatite strand. Okay? We've got one more before we bring you our apatite star buy. So hopefully you've enjoyed this little bit of a showcase on a gemstone, because we're trying to basically stay one step ahead of the trends. We believe that apatite is going to become more and more popular going forward, and so we've tried to give you a little bit of a range. So depending on what cut you like, what colour tone you like, or suits your designs, this will give you the opportunity to start working with apatite. And actually, because you're dealing with these traditional blue tones in apatite, it could lead to greater sales, because on average people tend to invest in a blue or purple gemstone when they're making their first semi-precious gemstone selection. 70 carats of sky blue apatite here. Again, a far greater consistency of that sky blue than I'd associate with the topaz strands that we're able to get hold of here at JewelleryMaker. So if you do want to offer your customers that rich swimming pool blue tone, and maybe the topaz you're able to source isn't quite hitting that mark in terms of its consistency or its colour saturation, this could absolutely fit the bill. Again, they range in size, the droplets, from 5x3 to 8x3 on this particular strand, and these are your polished top drilled drops. So rather than being faceted, you've got that gorgeous polished effect. Still very high end, isn't it? These would, again, would look perfect clustered on a bracelet or an anklet design, I would think. In fact, because you've got those tropical blues, can you imagine that gorgeous anklet to wear on your holidays? So you've got to get down to the swimming pool first thing in the morning to make sure you get a sun lounger. We all know that. It's the first rule, isn't it? Drop your towel, eat, back to the swimming pool. By lunchtime, you're taking the tram into town to do a bit of your holiday shopping. That's when you strap on your Apatite anklet. You like that? Have I painted a nice picture of a holiday? Maybe your second day after you've arrived and chilled out, you've unpacked your suitcase. And then that's when you bust out your holiday jewellery. That's when you've already spotted the hunk around the swimming pool who you're going to, allow to buy you drinks, basically. So what you've got to do is flash a bit of ankle at the hunk around the pool if you want him to be purchasing your non-alcoholic cocktails, of course, when you're abroad. We know how Brits are abroad, they don't do any drinking. 70 carats of sky blue apatite. Let's have a look at our price point. Whoa, no wonder I've got so many people multi-buying this strand at $6.95 and add it to your order price. Absolutely not a price point I would associate with this quality of apatite, but that just goes to show the kind of value we offer you here at Jewellery Maker. $6.95 for this quality of apatite is pretty ridiculous, really. Especially when you consider that you've got a variation in the sizes, ranging from 5x3 to 8x3. The polish technique, $6.95. That is an add it to your order price for this particular strand. Really, seriously impressive. I am going to have to leave it with you, I'm afraid. And it looks like, once again, it could be another sellout deal. But it's time now to bring you a star buy bundle of our showcase gemstone. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and once again it's going to be a discount deal. So we've bundled together on this occasion 3 strands of apatite because we're giving everybody a little bit of an insight into what we expect to become popular over the next few months or even years it might be before we catch up, but who knows, you can stay one step ahead. Certainly if you're investing in apatite from Jewellery Maker, because of course we offer you the best value on the market, particularly when we bundle strands together to give you a star buy deal. Have a look at this. So these are your swimming pool blues in your nuggets. Sky blue apatite nuggets ranging in size from 6x2 to 14x5, and you've got an 80 centimetre strand here of your sky blue apatite, giving you over 200 carats in total. Then, how about this? Neon apatite, the more traditional variety that people would associate with this gemstone. Even greater length there, so over 80 centimetres on this strand. And well over 100 carats. These nuggets range from 2x1 to 14x5. Love that. And actually, do you know what? If you've just invested in one of our Gems of Distinction strands of apatite, why not get hold of the bundle? Because you want to make those faceted, more prestigious cuts go a little bit further, but you still want consistency within your design. These will also provide you with an extra dynamic, a bit of texture as well, that organic finish. You can still have the faceted gemstones in the design, but you can just make them go that little bit further if you've got a huge carat weight of nuggets at your disposal as well. And we don't leave it there, because we also give you 30 carats of sky blue apatite, but in more of an irregular cut, rectangular prisms here, or bricks. Have a look at that. So 30 carats in total. That is a 30 centimetre strand. And they range in size from 3x3 to 5x3. Sorry, I was just trying to locate the sizes of these rectangular prisms. Or as I say, they have been classified as bricks. I just don't like that term, sorry. I get told off for some of my classifications of shapes. Like Deb was telling me off for calling something sort of a peanut shape. And she was like, that's not very romantic, but a brick, that's not very romantic. But it does give you a good idea of the shape, because they are like little bricks. I just prefer a different term. Now look at that, it's more like getting a 5-strand pack actually, isn't it? Because both of these strands are over 80 centimetres, so that's, well, more than double of a traditional strand. Of course, a traditional strand is more like 30 centimetres, so you can see that there. It's more like getting 5 strands of apatite, but it's just classified as one individual strand of nuggets of your sky blue. Then you've got neon blue apatite. This is the variety that most people associate with the gemstone. Are you being serious? Half the stock's already been allocated. We haven't even brought the price on screen. Wow, we are seriously busy tonight, and we've got some very astute buyers out there who can always see the value we're offering you, because you are so well educated in the value of our gemstones and of course the incredible price points we bring you here at Jewellery Maker. This is a star buy deal and one not to be ignored. Let's get the price on screen, but as we do, oh, now I see a clearance price, 3 strands of apatite for $6.95. That is out of this world. I'm just thinking of introducing one more idea to our jewellery makers. I'm pretty sure that people will agree with me when they see this. Look at that. Just to be clear, this is our star buy coming up in 20 minutes time. You can't get hold of this as part of this bundle, but we're just giving you an idea of how well it works. Oh, just look at this. Bit of neon apatite set alongside that. So you've got that. You don't want to hide the... Oh, I love this. Absolutely incredible. 3 strands, or depending on how you look at it, could be classified as more like a 5-strand bundle, because these are double stranders for $6.95. How many of these do we have in stock? Double figures. We started with fewer than 50 of this in stock. Now we're down to single figures of availability. We've got so many people multi-buying. If you've placed this in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. And, well, you just can't go wrong if you're buying genuine gemstones from Jewellery Maker, because we give you the best value on the market. Now, during the Apatite showcase, I spotted a gemstone strand that I thought would go perfectly with any strand of apatite. I don't think you can deny that that is basically, do you know what I would call it? Apatite quartz. Because it's actually had this rainbow coating. And because you've started with sort of green quartz and then gave it this coating, you've basically got a swirl of swimming pool blues, sea greens and apatite blues all in one, with the addition of a little magenta tone there. So if you are intending to get hold of this in about 15-20 minutes time, and you just got hold of the neon apatite bundle, or rather, sorry, just apatite bundle, it's just that I saw the neons there, then this is the perfect way to maybe tie them all together, and of course to maximise on your 1p and p per day. I'm just going to put this back up here because it's getting in my way. There we go. I'll just turn that one out so we can see how sparkly it is. And let's get back to this. Now these are 8mm rounds, so very, very easy to work with. Actually very sought after by our experienced jewellery makers as well as beginners. And these just give you a slightly different dimension to your jewellery designs, because you get that basically man-made pleochroism. That's what you've got. So it changes colour tone depending on which way the light hits it, but that's because of the coating we've applied to the outside of the gemstone. 140 carats in total, 8mm rounds, and we're The only reason we're bringing this is because I felt it went so well with those strands of apatite we've just brought you. Apatite coated quartz here, you could describe it as. And here comes your price point. There you go, and add it to your order price. Just $7.95. Say again, sorry? Ooh, you've only had limited opportunities to add this to your order before today. So it's only previously featured on the show twice before this evening. So this could end up being your final opportunity to add this to your order. Beautiful dark green rainbow quartz. And if you are looking at this and thinking, oh, if only I hadn't missed out on the Apatite bundle, apparently we've still got a handful available. So there's 4 or 5 of this Apatite bundle. It might be because people haven't checked out their baskets, of course. So if you haven't checked out your basket and you want to get hold of this Apatite bundle, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Alternatively, start dialing the free phone number. If it says there's one in stock, you can add it to your order. I'd hate for anybody to miss out on the web because somebody phoned up and bought their bundle, but that's the nature of not checking out, I suppose. So that's a gorgeous combination. This doesn't come as part of this bundle, but there is a handful of this bundle left. $6.95 for 3 or maybe even 5 strands of apatite. This is available for $7.95, and of course a strand like this for me highlights the fact that as jewellery makers we do have greater opportunities for the gemstones we can include within our designs, and these coated quartz tend to be very, very popular. They just embody that mystical effect that we associate with genuine gemstones. $7.95, and add it to your order price for what a lot of jewellery makers would consider to be a must-have. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring you the Master of Disguise. Now, when you see the luster on this gemstone, you will understand instantly why it has been mistaken for a black diamond so many times throughout the eras. You get this fantastic brilliance from the gemstone anyway, because like diamonds, spinel share a 6-sided cubic crystal structure. So it has the exact same refractive index as a diamond, in that it is a single refractive index. So when the light actually hits the gemstone, passes through that gemstone and gives you this beautiful sparkle, or of course with a dark gemstone, luster. And that's what you've got here. Now you'd be hard pushed to get black diamonds of this size, and if you did, you'd be expecting to pay, well, a pretty penny. But spinel, basically the more affordable variety, more affordable alternatives, I should say, of or to a black diamond. So faceted drops here, and actually it's quite a traditional look, isn't it? Because when people think about spinel, it tends to be the red spinel or black spinel that people rely on within their jewellery designs. Of course, black diamonds. Black spinel has been mistaken for black diamonds so many times, and black diamonds, I suppose, are becoming more and more fashionable as people look to own coloured gemstones. And I read a really interesting quote from Stephen Webster recently, who is a world-renowned jewellery designer, saying that when you see and when you receive a package of coloured gemstones, he actually said it makes you wonder why anybody's ever used diamonds. So that's just an interesting quote from him, and I sort of agree with that, actually. I mean, I'm a bit nonplussed about diamonds, but when it comes to coloured gemstones, you can understand why people do get excited because of the different opportunities. Now, you think about that anyway, just as a purveyor of beautiful gemstones, or somebody who owns gemstones, but as a designer, that is magnified tenfold, isn't it? Because it's not just an opportunity for a different look, but imagine the plethora of designs you can create using coloured gemstones. And of course, your black spinel is going to work perfectly. I mean, if you are getting the cookies and cream bundle later, just imagine that as a combination. Ooh. And actually, I would be tempted to include the Smokey Quartz as well, because then the cut is mirrored. That looks gorgeous, doesn't it? So that is our premiere bundle coming up as a superstar buy. Right now, I've got faceted spinel, and you can see the quality of the spinel from this gorgeous luster, the way the light is literally being reflected off the surface of each and every facet. They range in size from 7x5 to 9x6. This is a very traditional look. And again, if you did want to maybe get hold of this druzy, that's a gorgeous combination, isn't it? Fuchsia and the black together, love it. That's coming up in 10 minutes time. Let's have a look at the current price for our black spinel. Already down at $14.95. I mean, how much would you have to pay if you wanted 120 carats of black diamonds of this size? Doesn't bear thinking about really, does it? Whee! So now if the bundle price doesn't fall down, there's just a button you can press. There you go. Do you know what? Only a few days ago I said that a good friend of mine and you know, a player in the company, Mr. John Bennett, the brother of the owner of the company, was on it. He told me, he said, I'm on it. I'm dealing with it. You're not going to have that problem anymore. And there you go. Just a few days later, it's all solved for us. So now we won't have that issue. And if you've been having the issue of not being able to own spinel, we've solved that problem as well, because now you can own spinel for under £10. And look at the quality of the spinel you've got here. You will be hard pushed to find spinel with a greater finish than this. And spinel, of course, one of those gemstones heavily used by high street jewellers as well as high-end jewellers. And now, bespoke jewellery makers as well. $9.95, a clearance price, and add it to your order price if you like, for an essential gemstone. You're going to, as I say, you're going to find it very, very difficult to get hold of black diamonds of this size, of this carat weight. And actually it is thought that black spinel can have more luster than a black diamond. So if I were you, I would be flooding to the phone lines. Available right now for $9.95. Now, we're going to do January's birthstone. This time, we've already brought you Mandarin garnet, and we actually gave you a price reduction on probably one of the rarest varieties. This is your traditional colour tone that you'd associate with garnet. Sort of red wine hue. Faceted top drilled pairs. I've got to tell everybody what just happened. Okay, my producer just said, okay, now do you like this strand? And I was like, yeah, I love it and stuff. And then he's just like, not you, the audience, I don't care what you think. So that's nice, isn't it? But you know what? It's all about what you like. And actually, that's the beauty of genuine gemstones, isn't it? Because everybody is going to have their own individual relationship with different gemstones. And different gemstones are going to appeal to different customers. And that's something you have to consider if you are selling your jewellery designs. Even if maybe garnet isn't your favourite gemstone, it's very, very well known. It's January's birthstone, and there's going to be a lot of people out there that do have a personal association with garnet, and they're going to want to own it. And so, always important to stock up on your birthstones. Now, tomorrow evening, we're going to be joined by Mark Smith. Is he on any other shows tomorrow? Is he doing a workshop or something? Is that what it is? Is Mark doing a work? That's what I'm saying, but is he in a workshop during the day or a morning show or anything like that? No. He's just booked for the late show, Ed. That's what he's here for. Okay, so we're going to be joined by Mark, and honestly, if you talk to Mark, he's very, very successful at selling his jewellery designs, and he hasn't always been. And people tend to think that it's because of regionality, things like that. Now, Mark's had to obviously try a variety of different venues. He now targets certain venues with certain gemstone jewellery. So in the more traditional sort of craft fairs, he'll rely on more of the affordable gemstones. In the more high-end locations, like a golf club, for example, maybe he's the only stall in there because he's just managed to carve out an opening for himself. Then he'll rely on some more of the high-end gemstones where he thinks the potential customer base might have more disposable income. And if you actually, you know, sit down and talk to Mark, he's a pretty interesting guy. B, I've never met anybody who has got more passion for developing their own skill set as a jewellery maker, and he'll tell you, you have to invest in your birthstones. That's the way to make sales. And garnet, of course, is January's birthstone. This is, of course, the most traditional variety. Beautiful, almost sort of pomegranate reds, if you like, coming through. You've also got this rich sort of purple hue because of the saturation of colour on this particular strand. Now, once again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It represents the highest possible quality we can source for you. And I think that's evident not only in that colour saturation that you've got, but also the way they've been faceted, because you've got that gorgeous lustre. In fact, it's very similar to that we had on our black spinel. Look at that, I love that. That would look gorgeous. Real rich opulence from your black spinel and your gorgeous red garnet. Now, once again, let me just hold this out a second, get a little bit of light to pass through it so that you can appreciate the red tone. There you go. Actually, do you know what? These could only be described as garnet reds. 45 carats in total, and here comes your price point. It's another add it to your order price for a Gems of Distinction strand. We've just taken garnet to under £10 for 45 carats. We are going above and beyond this evening, trying to give you the best possible deals on the market. Look at that. Now, probably, I think it was it Wednesday, Thursday last week when we joined you, there had been a slight change made to our website, and I suppose over the weekend a lot of our customers have become more acquainted with this. But if you maybe haven't been able to shop over the last week, maybe you've been away and you've just come back and you're a bit confused, all of the products that are shown throughout the day fall into different categories on our website. If you look underneath where you can see my handsome face right now, you'll see all of those categories and you will be able to locate this gemstone. And you'll know if it's the right one because, of course, all of the late show products do have that little timer associated with them, because our price reductions tend to be timed to a 60-minute limit. So all of our products will actually have that time limit next to them. So you can probably find it quite easily. You just have to have a little play, don't you? Like any new technology. I got a new phone last week. Actually, I got it 2 weeks ago. It feels like I got it yesterday. Can't make head and a tail of it, but I'm sure I'll become more acquainted with it. Now, we're going to fit into more deals before our fuchsia agate. Just have a look at it one more time. I'll tell you what, this is one for the Angela Edwards theory, isn't it? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Angela Edwards runs the workshop, the business workshop here at Jewellery Maker, and of course she told me recently that with a strand like this, she would literally snip it up, put them all into a bowl individually, and kids with their pocket monies who've been dragged along to a craft fair, these are going to be flying out the door. I can tell you that if you were to sell these for £3 a pop, you'd make a huge profit based on the launch price we have for you. Yeah, just checking, but yeah, you can more than double your money, put it that way. So that gives you an idea of where I'm going as well. So I'm going to leave that to one side for now because we've got a lot to fit in. We're going for this hugely impressive strand of sunstone. Now, I always describe sunstone as Mother Nature's version of a bit of craft work, because it looks like she's dusted each and every gemstone inside with a bit of glitter. These are actually copper inclusions that provide you with this golden sparkle inside the gemstone. Now, the reason this gemstone is so impressive isn't actually, well, this gemstone strand isn't actually because of the look of the gemstone. It's because my producer was ranting and raving about the price point while we were prepping the show. He can't believe the price point we can offer you on this strand, and now that I see it and I hold it in the light, I'm as confused as you, Liam. 40 carats of sunstone, and of course sunstone very heavily associated with moonstone for obvious reasons, but I do see a lot of jewellery designs on the sort of bespoke market. You know, if you go to these sort of little boutiques or I'm trying to think, like sort of souvenir stores, I suppose you'd describe them as, but they tend to sell sort of rock crystals, don't they, and bespoke jewellery designs, and sunstone and moonstone seem to be matched up quite a lot. I mean, you can understand why, but yeah, just have a look at the quality of this. Now you actually get the colour tone from the inclusion of copper, and that's why you get this almost amber or apricot-like tone. But those copper inclusions are also held inside the gemstone to create that little bit of glitter inside, if you like. And this little bit of glitter that's held inside the gemstone is known as aventurescence. So just like we talk about adulorescence with your moonstone, this glitter-like effect that you get inside the gemstone is known as aventurescence. And look at that, you see that there on that one? Look at that golden tone there. When the light passes through those sort of glitter-like inclusions, you get this golden glow from inside the gemstone. That's what makes it so impressive, until you see Jewellery Maker's incredible price point, because of course we're going to give you the best value on the market. Is this a 30 centimetre strand? Sorry. Maybe it is, and I'm just overestimating. Oh, I've got to measure it. I've got to measure it now because it's confusing me. Okay. Well, you know, this one's a little bit longer. I can understand now. Conservative classification of 30 centimetres. This particular strand's more like 34 centimetres. But of course, you've got your spaces in between your gemstones as well. Those could end up being features of a design as well, couldn't they? So they range from 3x1 to 7x3. Of course, you're never going to classify gemstones by the length anyway. You can do it by carat weight. And here we've given you 40 carats of sunstone. Let's have a look at the price point. Your guess is as good as mine. I think that was one of those ones where a supplier was trying to woo our buying team. So how about sunstone for $7.95? Yeah. They've won me over. Don't know about anything else. This has been sourced by our Indian buying office over in Jaipur, the premier location for gemstone trading. I think that's pretty evident when you see the price point that we can offer you here. Pretty savvy gemstone buyers. Oh my word, look at this. Can you see that glow that you get, that inner glow? Look at that. Look at that, can you see that inner glow? Been able to achieve with the Adventurescence for $7.95. I mean, you make your money back on one gemstone. If you made a charm design featuring that gemstone, I bet you could sell that for £5 to £10 anyway. That leaves you with all of these gemstones to make lovely profit with. $7.95, it's another added to your order price, especially when you consider the number of gemstones you get on this strand. $7.95. I'll leave that one with you because I think it's time. I'm a little bit worried about what we're going to do. Have you found the call centre? I'll tell you what, we're going to put the Star Buy intro on. My producer's going to warn the call centre about what's going to happen right now. Okay, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. The graphics aren't on screen yet because my producer is on the phone to the call centre manager. Just so happens to be the mother of my child. So don't worry. All the calls are going to be answered very, very soon. Have a look at this. Okay, right. The call centre are happy now, but they've been pre-warned, but let's just give all the phone buyers an opportunity to actually get on the line. So, despite the fact that I might get in trouble for this, start dialing the free phone number now. If you instantly come through to an operator and they're like, yeah, just, you know, talk about your day until the graphics hit the screen, but make sure you're at the front of the queue, because of course the second the graphics hit the screen, the web buyers can add it to their basket, check out, that's it, it's gone. If you enter a 2-3 minute queue, you could miss out on your deal. So hopefully you're heeding my warnings, you are dialing that free phone number, you're not going to be disappointed. You could sell these individually and double your money or treble your money potentially. Okay. Before the graphics are on screen, we've got a 60-second queue on the phone lines. Have a look at just how sparkly these druzy. Oh my word. That looks gorgeous. Druzy agate here, 500 carats in total. Do you know what? I often talk about how difficult it is for the crystal formations to form and how lucky we are that they survive the mining process, that they survive the actual formation of the gemstone. But do you know what? Jewellery makers don't care about this. And I'm being serious, and I'm not trying to put a stamp on any jewellery makers, because the visual impact from the gemstone far outweighs the gemological fascination with the gemstone. So even when people have got a really strong passion for gemstones and gemology, if you're making jewellery designs out of this, it doesn't really matter how rare it is or how difficult it is that it forms, because the visual impact it has on your jewellery designs outweighs that sell for you as jewellery makers. And we've even gone one step further here. I should tell you, half the stock's already been allocated. Just look how much druzy you've got in these. But I should just say, it's not all about that, because look at the coating that we've given the outside of the gemstone. You see that? Sort of oil on water effect. I did have it beautifully earlier. I was able to really locate the way it's going to fit. There you go. I think you got the, there you go. See that little golden tone you get on the outside of the gemstone as well? Ah, maybe. Okay, 2/3 of the stock's now been allocated. Okay, let's go for the money shot. Just have a look at this, and then the price will come on screen. Ooh, $14.95 is our exclusive launch price for this strand of druzy. I've noticed Sam has left the room. Where's Sam? Oh, she's on her break, is she? How convenient. Where is she? I can't. Is she really? She's outside on her mobile. I'm waiting for Sam's staff to arrive on the board. How many of these did we actually start with then? So we had double figures. 76 we started with. And you'll see how quickly these have been flying out the door right now, and how few we have remaining in stock. Zena just bought 3. Zena's a very regular buyer. She's been shopping throughout the evening. Whoa, down to 24 available in stock. $500 carats of druzy agate. And when your customers see the impact of these crystal formations and the way they sparkle, you are not going to be disappointed. Lots and lots of familiar buyers here, very successful jewellery makers who do sell their designs flying in, taking 2s and 3s of this. Pauline's got 2, Joan's got 2, Sylvia's got 2, Tracy's got 2, as I say, Zena's got 3. And we've got a lot of people still waiting in a short queue on the phone lines, but if you've placed this in your basket, make sure you check it out. I'd hate for anybody to miss out. Queue of around about 30 seconds, so thank you very much to our award-winning call centre who have managed to deal with those calls very efficiently. We are approaching single figures of availability on this particular item. $14.95. $14.95 for 500 carats. It's flying out the door, and of course we're never going to limit anybody to a single strand. If you do want to take more than one of these, maybe what you could do is actually get hold of 2 of them. If you're not maybe 100% sure, you can see which one's more sparkly and you can send the other one back. We're never going to sort of limit you. Because of course, we want to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. And I'll tell you what this would go rather well with. My outfit. How many times have I been able to say that tonight? Look at that. Perfect. Okay, it looks to me like that's going to be a sellout deal. We are now down to the final 7 strands remaining in stock. So we are going to leave that to one side. And don't forget, coming up as our superstar buy in around about 40-45 minutes, cookies and cream bundle. 2 premier strands, Smokey Quartz and pearls, 2 of our most popular and best-selling gemstones bundled together. And we can bring you this at under £14. So it's not to be missed. We are going to go to a quick break and allow the final 6 strands to be allocated. When we come back in just a couple of minutes, we'll have the final hour of the late show, including the cookies and cream bundle, so don't go away.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker and the final hour of the late show. Congratulations to everybody who just came through to add their fuchsia druzy agate to their order. Seriously impressive strand, and I actually think we've got single figures still remaining in stock. It might be that they're placed in people's baskets, but until you check out, you are not insured of that item. So if you're sort of dilly-dallying, leaving it in your basket, if somebody wants to dial up right now, they can have your strand allocated to their order. I believe there's around about 6 or 7 strands still remaining in stock, just like we've shown on screen. Now, of course, there are fluctuations in the quantities because, of course, somebody's card might not go through, or somebody might change their mind and chuck it out their basket or what have you. So the fluctuations that we see on screen occur for, you know, normal reasons. However, if you want to be assured of whether there is any of a particular item left in stock, then dial the free phone number and speak to a member of our award-winning help team. If they can add it to your order, they absolutely will. And it's my understanding that right now you can still add fuchsia agate to your order. Pete, you couldn't just pass me the strand, could you? Just, you know, for all we know, somebody's just tuned in. Somebody's just been knocked out of Wimbledon, and so they've tuned over to Jewellery Maker and they missed out on the chance to own this. There are around about 5 strands of this druzy remaining in stock. Don't miss out. Look at it. It is exquisite. And in all honesty, as I said, I think the sort of rarity of these crystal formations pales into an insignificance when you consider the actual look it achieves within jewellery designs. Just look at that. It's gorgeous. Each and every strand totally out of this world. You can add that to your order right now for $14.95. And we've got another very impressive premiere launch coming up in about half an hour's time. Cookies and cream. Premiere strand of Smokey Quartz and the ever popular classic white pearls bundled together, but at the price you'd normally associate for one of these strands. And I can tell you tonight that our launch price is going to be under £13.50. Okay, I'm going to leave that there because we're actually going to do some more clearance opportunities. So if you just got your order up and running as a result of that druzy, I'm going to allow you to maximise on your 1P&P right now by bringing you a clearance deal on my favourite gemstone. I certainly don't get the opportunity to bring this to you very often because it's such a rare gemstone, so prestigious. Just have a look at this. Gorgeous kunzite, 145 carats. Another gemstone exclusively sold by Tiffany's when it was first discovered. And of course, that always ups the desirability and the prestige attached to a gemstone. But of course, I mean, kunzite famously bought by JFK for Onassis Kennedy. So I think when some of the most glamorous ladies in the world are wearing a gemstone, people want to own it. What is wrong with me tonight? Right, there you go. So anyway, Jackie Onassis wore this gemstone. It's bought for by JFK. So ups the desirability of the gemstone, doesn't it? And so if you want to own this gemstone, and I think a lot of ladies out there do, but it's very difficult to get hold of, traditionally snapped up by the traditional jewellery designers, the high-end jewellery designers, more often than not. And so if you do want to own this gemstone, then it can be very, very pricey. And even here at Jewellery Maker, we do find it difficult to source this on a regular basis. We do sometimes have kunzite, but certainly the opportunities to own it are a little bit few and far between. Here we've got your medium nuggets, so you've got the irregularities in the shapes, which again goes to almost provide you with credibility as a jewellery maker, because people understand that you are working at a higher level if you can source beautiful kunzite. Now, this particular strand of kunzite has never been reduced in price before this evening, but tonight it's fallen into our clearance section of the show. So this is going to represent your best opportunity to get hold of this particular variety. And some of you may not even be aware that kunzite comes in these two different colour forms. You've got both on one strand here. You've got the beautiful feminine pink varieties, and you've even got your golden kunzite as well, that lemon kunzite. Seriously impressive here. Love these beautiful nuggets because it also shows you the way that the gemstone actually forms. Let's have a look at the current price for this strand of kunzite. That's the current price. Start dialing that free phone number right now. I can't believe this has fallen into clearance. I can't believe there's any of these left. Just taken 10 kunzite under £10. Unbelievable. Why did we even have any kunzite left in stock if this was launched at £11.95? Probably the same reason we had 5 fuchsia druzy agates left. Slow to react, some jewellery makers out there. If you are watching this evening and you have just seen us take 145 carat of kunzite to £9.27 and you're not dialing the free phone number, text in and tell me why, because I'd love to know why every single jewellery maker on the planet isn't dialing in to get hold of kunzite for £9.27. In fact, I'd quite like to know why you didn't buy it at £11.95. But at a clearance price, I can understand why virtually every person coming through is taking 2 of this particular strand. That is unbelievable. A gemstone owned by Jackie Onassis, bought for her by JFK. That goes to show the kind of level you're working on if you are working with kunzite. Of course, a gemstone exclusively sold by Tiffany's when it was first discovered. And we've just taken it to £9.27. You can see that, once again, my producer working to the penny to get you the best possible price he can. How many of these have we got in stock? How many did we start with? Unbelievable. We started with just double figures of availability, and as you would expect, we're now approaching limited availability. £9.20. In fact, do you know what? Even at £11.95, I'm pretty mesmerised, but that is just out of this world. Hopefully, there'll be one of those left in stock so I can have one. Gorgeous. Really impressive things that you can see the way the crystal actually forms from these cuts. Moving on though, £9.27. Seriously impressive. Now moving on to plain rounds of your, well, they've been classified as multi-gems, but I'll classify them for you. I'm not scared. We're looking at amethyst, rose quartz and lemon quartz. Maybe possibly a little bit of green amethyst on there as well. 180 carats in total, 8mm plain rounds here. And you've got all of the pastel tones there, haven't you? So you've got your purples, your pinks, your lemon tones and your pastel greens as well, all on one strand. Huge amount of versatility, and of course the gemstones that your customers are going to be aware of in the form of rose quartz, amethyst, lemon quartz and green amethyst. Let's have a look at the price point this evening then for 180 carats. So currently available at £9.95, but of course we're going to take it to a clearance price this evening. We're trying to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. Should be £9.95. now down to £6.88. We're trying to get the lowest possible price points we can. We're trying to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. And how do we do that? By offering you the best value on the market. Now, when I talk about value, it's not necessarily always about the price point. Sometimes we're talking about the price in relation to the quality and the carat weight that we're giving you. But on this occasion, I don't think 180 carats of any gemstone of any quality should be going to £6.88, but that's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We give you clearance price points on some of the most popular gemstones available. 180 carats of multi-gem plain rounds for £6.88. Moving on now to, I would say, one of our most popular cuts. And now that I see this particular gemstone strand, I can understand why. This has to be the most sparkly strand of bicones I've ever seen. Probably the most sparkly citrine I've ever seen, because you don't usually facet citrine in this way, do you? This has been sort of faceted to within an inch of its life, and now it is sparkling beautifully. You've got that very subtle, again, it's almost like a lemon hue from this particular strand of citrine. Gorgeous colour tone, perfect for the summer months. And of course the bicone's very, very popular because generally you can achieve the same looks that you do with a round, only you get a bit of sparkle. 6mm bicones here. It's going to be a popular strand, particularly when we see the clearance price. Let's have a look at the current price. It's already down at £8.95 for November's birthstone. Gorgeous citrine. As we've already discussed, always important to stock up on your birthstones whenever you get a chance, especially when we're going to take them to a clearance price. So should be £8.95, but we're not staying there. We're crashing down to £6.03. There you go, to the penny, as low as we can possibly get it. £6.03. If you've already got an order up and running, then this is an add it to your order price, a chance for you to maximise on 1 P&P per day. Just £6.03. 60 carats in total. Once again, if you're not dialing, I'd love to know why. So £6.03. Unbelievable. What's happened, producer Liam? Oh, I see. Once again, we've created a short queue on the phone lines. It's because of these clearance prices. Wait exactly where you are, because of course it's a free phone number and you will be answered in the order in which you dial in. We're going to move on. Now moving on to these huge rose quartz rounds. Gorgeous femininity from this gemstone. And actually, I'm led to believe that the customer base that lots of our jewellery makers actually attract are more familiar with rose quartz than they are with the likes of kunzite. And so here you can create some very traditional looks, maybe with your 14mm rounds, and you're going to be able to create some gorgeous femininity. In fact, I'll tell you what, how about this for a combination? Boom, right there. You've just ordered this to your order. In fact, I just had a text when we came back from the break. I was saying I thought there was 5 or 6 strands remaining. A customer texted in to say, how didn't that sell out in 60 seconds? What do you think? I'm asking myself. I don't know why there was any of those available. Is there currently still fuchsia agate available? I think there's still 3 or 4 strands. There you go. Unbelievable. Over 500 carats of rose quartz now, the perfect accent. And here comes the current price point, £7.95. We're not staying there. We're taking it even lower this evening. Clearance prices throughout the show, and actually, because we're trying to get these as low as we can to the penny, our producer's just working out whether he can go a little bit lower, in fact, than the intended price point. So currently available for £7.95, but for the next 60 minutes, the lowest ever price, £5.55. A seriously significant look there with your 14mm rounds, all available for £5.55. That's less than a penny a carat. Is that right? No, it's 1.02p a carat, sorry. £55.55 for 530 carats. I love this gemstone. It's very similar to morganite, isn't it, in the fact that you've got these silk-like inclusions that actually provide you with that saturation of colour, that gorgeous pastel pink tone. Absolutely gorgeous. £5.55 for 14mm rounds of rose quartz. Of course, the clearance prices are only available for 60 minutes. Hate for anybody to miss out because they're maybe umming and ahhing. Take advantage of these deals whenever you can. The clearance continues. Fluorite coins here. Again, this is a little bit like the multi-gem strand, actually, isn't it? This would be a good combination because you've got the pastel greens. Look at that. Golden tones. You've got the... Actually, you've got two different varieties of purples in here, haven't you? You've got your lavender tones and your regal tones on your fluorite. 250 carats in total of 14mm puffy coins. We know how popular these are in necklace designs and, of course, bracelets. Very, very comfortable on the wrist line. Let's have a look at our current price for 250 carats of fluorite. Again, we already offer you the best value on the market, £7.95 for 250 carats, and we're not staying there. To the penny, we are going to give you the best possible price point we can. £6.12. As I say, we are working these out to the penny as low as we can possibly go to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. Just have a look at the sort of the banding on this particular gemstone, that sort of striping there. It's going to make a huge impact on your designs, isn't it? And of course, it gives you a unique finish, very unique look to each and every design. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got the lemon tones, the lavender tones, the sort of peppermint greens, as well as those gorgeous regal purples. Look at that. Beautiful. £6.12 is the clearance price this evening for 14mm puffy coins of gorgeous fluorite. We're moving on. I'm going to give you quite a unique cut here of sodalite. These are faceted drums, I'm guessing, is the classification. Fancy beads. This is the sort of quite traditional look, sort of like a sort of Wedgwood pottery look, if you like, but I think these are really popular, the sodalites, because it will go with so many different outfits. We talked last week, the most popular piece of clothing that anybody owns is their jeans, and so those denim tones are mirrored in your sodalite, so it makes it very, very versatile. Of course, people tend to be drawn to blue gemstones, don't they? 280 carats in total, and once again we're going to give you a clearance price point. So let's have a look at the current price. £8.95 is the current price, but we're not staying there. Once again, to the penny, we're going to give you the lowest possible price point we can. So it should be £8.95, and of course in 60 minutes time it will return to that price point, but that is if there is any left in stock. £4.89. We've just taken genuine gemstones under £5. We've discussed this before, but you'd be hard pushed to get even a fast food meal for £4.89, wouldn't you? But here at Jewellery Maker, because of our inclusion in the Genuine Gemstone Company, we can get you the best possible value on the market, the most competitive prices for genuine gemstones, and at £4.89. What more can I say? Start dialing that free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. 280 carats of sodalite, and these are really interesting fancy beads because they've been faceted in such a unique way. I mean, these could be used as part of maybe a droplet style pendant, maybe if you use them that way, in earring designs. They almost look like little bells, actually. Little bell shapes. Maybe if you're starting to put together your Christmas designs and you need some bell-shaped gemstones, this is the chance to get hold of a clearance deal down from £8.95 to £4.89. Hugely impressive deal. £4.89. I'll leave this one with you. I'm seriously impressed by these price points. We're going to move on. Now this is your lamellin obsidian in the classic heart-shaped cuts. Now these are polished to perfection. 12mm puffy hearts. Over 200 carats in total. I'll tell you what this goes with. The cookies and cream bundle coming up in about 15 minutes time. Have a look at that. It's a gorgeous combination, right? That's coming up very shortly. 2 premier strands for under £12 for these two. Right now, we are bringing you the Smokey Quartz tones, but in lamellin obsidian. 12mm puffy hearts, giving you over 200 carats in total. Let's have a look at our current price. Wow, they're already down to £9.50 for that huge carat weight. Yeah, a lot of hearts on this strand. Just have a look at that. I'll do a quick count for people. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34. So over 30 gemstones on this strand, giving you over 200 carats. Currently available for £9.50. But we're going to take them to a clearance price. So let's have a look just how low we can go. £7.09 to the penny, as low as we can go this evening to offer you a clearance price on a very, very impressive strand. Not just because you've got lamellin obsidian, but of course, just think about the work that's gone in to carving and polishing each and every heart individually. And if you have created a beautiful piece of jewellery using a heart-shaped gemstone, it's far more likely that it's going to attract attention, potentially going to make greater number of sales working with heart-shaped gemstones. But you're only going to be able to make sales if you present your jewellery appropriately. Right now, we are going to give you the opportunity to present your jewellery like a true professional. Now, you know for a fact that on the trade show this tends to be one of our most popular items. Of course, our trade show, one of our most popular themes, because so many jewellery makers out there are now selling their designs. Actually, look at that. That would make quite a nice choker style necklace. So, we are now and just have a look at that. So when people actually walk into a craft fair, or they see you setting up a stall in maybe a unique location like a golf club or a boutique or a salon, something like that, they're going to equate you with professionalism if you're displaying your jewellery designs in an appropriate way. Now this is the small necklace bust, and this is the perfect way to display. Maybe I was thinking, well, choker style necklaces certainly, but also if perhaps you've got maybe like a feature pendant or something like that, but you're going to give your customers an option as to what they are going to have on the neckline. So you might have chain, cord, you might give people options while you're at your craft fair. This would be the perfect way to demonstrate those pendant designs, for example. And actually, most people's necklaces aren't going to be much more than 16 to 18 inches. And I believe this will display a necklace of that length. 22 by 18 centimetres are the dimensions on your bust. And of course, I mean, this just oozes professionalism, doesn't it? This is how you are potentially going to set yourself apart from other jewellery makers out there and other crafters, by showing that you employ an attention to detail, not just within your crafting, not just within the pieces you make, but also in the pride you show when you display them, when you present them appropriately to your customers. And if you're not going to display your items appropriately, then you can't really expect to make sales, can you? Because, of course, people are going to associate the quality of your work with everything they see from you. So if you're sort of sitting there and your jewellery's strewn across the table, you're reading a magazine, pretty uninterested, no one's going to come and look at your designs. Whereas if there's a bit of hustle and bustle around your stall, if people are actually buying items for you, maybe you're doing a bit of metal stamping, making some noise, and all of your lovely jewellery designs are actually displayed appropriately in bracelet boxes and on necklace busts, you're the stall that people are going to go to first. And I actually know for a fact that now some jewellery makers are finding that craft fairs are a bit of a saturated market, actually. So if you're just setting out, obviously you're playing catch up with the people who have been established for 3 or 4 years. They have already got their bust, they've already got an established customer base. Some people trying to drum up business by creating a unique website, for example. Again, you have to present your jewellery designs appropriately. And if you photograph your designs on the bust, it's going to look far more professional. You're already going to elevate yourself ahead of other jewellery makers out there who are selling online. I mean, for example, I've seen designs being sold on auction-based websites, and actually sometimes think to myself, how on earth do you expect to sell that? You haven't done the piece of jewellery justice at all. And sometimes they're gorgeous pieces of jewellery, beautiful gemstones, and you think, wow, could you treat your own jewellery with any less respect? Where it looks like it's been thrown on the floor to take the photo. If you're displaying them on busts like this, as I say, it shows, in fact, it oozes professionalism. Lots of people already getting involved on the free phone number and Jewellery Maker. Of course, maybe you missed out on this opportunity during the trade show. This is your opportunity to add the small bust to your order. Here comes your price point this evening. $7.95. Unbelievable. You get this leatherette finish. Absolutely the perfect way to display your jewellery designs. This has not been available on the Late Show for over 6 months. So maybe, you know, if you've got commitments during the day, maybe you actually, you know, you have certain family commitments or work obligations, for example, you may not have seen this item on the trade show. Maybe your Late Show is your portal to Jewellery Maker and you've never seen this item before. That is possible. We get a lot of new buyers every single night. $7.95 for the small necklace bust. I mean, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? If you've already got your order up and running, it's under £10. That's why I've got so many people multi-buying this item, because there are lots of established jewellery makers out there taking advantage not just of the value on gemstones we offer here at Jewellery Maker, but also the insights that I suppose our designers and other viewers share with us in selling your jewellery designs and moving your hobby into a small business. This is an essential item that you need to own at just $7.95. I'll leave that one with you as people fly through on the free phone number. Don't panic if you do enter a short queue, because you will be answered in the order in which you dial. We do have quite a healthy quantity of this bust. I mean, who knows, it could be a sellout deal, but $7.95, seriously impressive, and add it to your order price, really. And we've got a lovely text message coming from James. Hi Liam, Ed and Sam, thanks for a great show as always. I needed to restock my stash. You're awesome. There you go. Yes, don't worry about upsetting Pete and Bruce, James. We do that every day. 7, I'm only joking. Participation, Pete, you've got to give him a mention, James. Wait, but you know what, that's what we aim to do. If you're trying to maybe increase your gemstone collection, then that's what we're here for, to give you the best value on the market. And of course, if you are selling your designs, you need to be adding the bust to your order. For me, that's an add it to your order price. Now, just gonna give everybody one more look at our superstar buy. It's coming up in about 10 minutes time, not long to wait at all. 2 premier strands bundled together, gems of distinction, quality Smokey Quartz and classic white pearls bundled together and being offered at an exclusive launch price. And I'm being deadly serious when I tell you that the price point we are going to offer you tonight is what I'd expect to pay for one of these strands. It's like a buy one get one free deal. So best value on the market for our cookies and cream bundle coming up in about 10 minutes time. We're now going to offer you the chance to own watermelon solar quartz. Fortunate enough to launch a strand of watermelon solar quartz on Saturday evening. That's like a little late. I mean, it's just gorgeous. This is more of the organic varieties. The one I had on Saturday were quite uniformed. Just have a look at the organic cuts here, and that's always important, I think, on your solar quartz, because that's one of the reasons it tends to be so popular with jewellery makers, because you can basically see the way the gemstone has come to fruition. You can see that it's formed around these imperfections, these impurities that have almost sort of infiltrated the gemstone while it's been forming. And then, of course, we've created this beautiful watermelon colour tone on the surface of the gemstone. So Mother Nature's done her bit, and then we've emulated another of her designs to give you this classic colour combination, the fuchsias and the beautiful emerald greens together. Really, really dynamic look to your watermelon solar quartz, providing you with, well, basically a strand full of pendants, I would say. You've got to be building a design around this gorgeous gemstone, haven't you? And if you did get hold of the fuchsia druzy from Saturday night, that'll be the perfect accent to this. Maybe, if you're feeling brave, you could use the fuchsia druzy from tonight, in fact. Be quite a gem-heavy piece. Love that idea. But you can see the way the colour tones are absolutely replicated between the agate and the watermelon solar quartz. Gorgeous, so they do work beautifully well together. 200 carats in total on your watermelon solar quartz. And here comes your price point. $11.95. Should be called your cherry quartz, and this should be your second bite at it, because this is only featured on the show once before this evening, and now we're down to limited availability. 200 carats for $11.95. As I say, solar quartz does tend to be very, very popular with bespoke jewellery designers, and I think it is because your clients, or even if you are creating designs for yourself, you can show people that this is a genuine gemstone. You can see the way the gemstone actually came to be, if you like. They range in size from 14 by 12 to 36 by 23. Second bite of the cherry here for $11.95. Moving on to, is this Moonstone? It is. I thought I saw a little electric blue flasher. You got a metre here of sterling silver hand-wrapped loop chain and a huge number of this month's birthstones set onto the chain itself. Hopefully the little violet flashes and electric blue tones that you get from the adulorescence on your Moonstone is visible to you on screen. If not, Don't panic, because when you get this home and you see it in the flesh, you'll absolutely be able to experience that optical effect, because this particular chain is awash with that optical effect. Hopefully it's coming through on screen. I don't think it is, but trust me, you've got a 30-day money back guarantee. You can see this for yourself. You are not going to be disappointed. Hugely impressive. A meter's worth of sterling silver chain with the rainbow moonstone set into the chain, and I've only got single figures of availability. So if you have missed out on this previously and you want to own maybe your birthstone, or you know somebody whose birthday falls into the month of June, actually maybe you just love that optical phenomenon that you get from rainbow moonstone, then start dialing now or you are going to miss out. 5 strands remaining in stock. Let's have a look at our price point. $17.95, there you go. But we've heard so many inspirational ideas of how this can enhance any jewellery design. Maybe if you just cut varying lengths and use them in chandelier style earrings or shoulder dusters. Maybe you could cut varying lengths and use it as a pendant design. You need a little bit of movement, of course, because you want to be able to see that adularescence. But actually, you could just use this as extender chain, maybe to justify a price point, because that's instantly adding value to the design. You've got sterling silver chain, and you've got your faceted rainbow moonstone. Okay, we've got more colours on the line than chains available, so someone is going to miss out on that one. Sorry about that. Now I'm going to offer you, this is rose quartz, and on Saturday night I described this strand as the best quality rose quartz I've ever seen. Is it not really? Is it seriously an alternative? Okay, it's exactly the same quality as the strand I had on Saturday night, so there you go. That just goes to highlight the exacting standards that we demand from our suppliers there. I mean, when I said that, I include the time I spent on Gems TV selling jewellery designs, because I've never seen rose quartz of this quality. That beautiful saturation of colour. I am so impressed that we can get more than one strand of that quality. You should really be expecting it. Once you've delivered that quality, you can't go backwards, can you? You can only improve. And that's true of most of the gemstones that we've sold over the last 4 years here on Jewellery Maker. The quality just seems to improve year on year, to the point now where you would not expect to see rose quartz of this quality. It is out of this world. This is natural gemstone, and the colour tone occurs naturally. It's all down to the inclusions combined with the actual crystal formation itself. Faceted to perfection on these particular rondelles. They're a little broader than we normally associate with our rondelles. We normally expect them to be quite small, delicate cuts, but these are huge. And you know, maybe sometimes you want the elegance of a faceted gemstones, but you want to make more of a statement, and these would work perfectly. Actually, I'll tell you what, I know I always say it, but when you get these broader rondelles, there's just one design in my mind, and I know why. I know where the little wiring error is taking place. It's because it's the shape that is used by, you know, the high street charm shop. But whenever I see this shape of rondelle, all I can think of is charm designs. I suppose it's quite useful, really, because of course it allows you to maximise on the profitability of the strand, because you only need one of these huge rose quartz in a charm design to make a massive impact. 90 carats in total, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, and here comes your price. $11.95. Once again, hugely impressive price, but I tell you what these would go well with. How about the kunzite that we brought you earlier tonight? Because then you'd have the organic gemstone and you'd have the faceted gemstone. I mean, look at that. You can see the quality of the rose quartz there as well, because the kunzite, again, naturally occurring pink gemstone. Just see the saturation of the colour there. Gorgeous. $11.95, and it's a huge carat weight. And actually, you've got a very generous carat weight on each and every gemstone, haven't you? The way it's been faceted and those the broad sizes ranging from 5x3 to 9x6. We'll leave that on with you. Gorgeously feminine gemstone. And we're now going to bring another gemstone from our Gems of Distinction range, our elite range of gemstones. When you see the saturation of colour on this, you'll understand why it's fallen into the Gems of Distinction range. Gorgeous lemon quartz, rich saturation of those lemon hues that come through there. Beautifully faceted drops there as well, so you've got rather large facets on the surface of each and every gemstone. Let's have a look at this. Look at this. Can you see that irregular faceting on the surface of the gemstone, so that the light will move differently across each and every gemstone? So again, you've got a unique finish here, but that's been provided by the lapidarist. They range in size from 9x7 to 16x16 mil. And on this particular strand, I will do a quick count just because it is a Gems of Distinction strand. Could vary, the carat weight will always be the same. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 gemstones. So, you know, you could get 16, you could get 18. You're always going to get 90 carats. It will obviously depend on the size of each gemstone. But you're guaranteed this beautiful quality. And this almost sort of lemon and lime hue really, because it's not strictly all that golden tone. You do get these ever so slight sort of lime green hues coming through as well. So gorgeous for your summer designs. Or of course, if you just want to add a bit of a vibrancy to a piece of jewellery, this would work perfectly, wouldn't it? Maybe the pastel tones on the neckline and then reserve one of these as your pendant, for example. Gorgeous sparkle when the light enters the gemstone because of the way it's been faceted. And a Jewellery Maker price point. Here we go, from our Gems of Distinction range, $9.95. And I think in the previous break we saw Carol over there in Japan, in the Pink City, basically investigating the 7-stage process that all of our Gems of Distinction strands go through. This is no exception. A huge amount of commitment and attention to detail going into cutting and faceting each and every gemstone. And then we give you a price point like this, $9.95 for 90 carats of lemon quartz. Absolutely a deal not to be ignored. And if you want to take advantage of this deal, then be dialing that free phone number right now, or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to leave that one with you, because it is now time to bring you the Cookies and Cream bundle as a superstar buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Now, this next superstar buy is quite unique really, because it's very rare that we have the opportunity to bundle 2 premier strands together and offer you a wholesale price. But that's exactly what we're about to do. And not any old gemstones, 2 of our most popular and best-selling gemstones here at Jewellery Maker in the form of Smokey Quartz and classic white pearls. We know why they're so popular, because they're so versatile. Of course, pearls, popular with contemporary designs as well as vintage looks. And of course, bridal commissions as well as everyday pieces. So as far as your pearls go, they tick literally every single box. Of course, most people might be a little bit dubious if you've got perfect rounds of your pearls, because the kind of price points you can expect to pay for perfectly round pearls are getting at maybe 3-figure sums. So when you're working with your Baroque pearls and you've got that organic cut, you get to experience offering your customers genuine cultured pearls. Nobody's going to be in, you know, under any illusions that you're sourcing the real deal, that you're able to offer them classic white pearls. And here we have 6x5 mil Baroque pearls As I said, that irregularity will feed into your design, particularly if you're creating, you know, bridal pieces like tiaras, hair combs, items like that, then the smaller pearls are going to fit the bill perfectly. On top of that, we have the National Gemstone of Scotland, gorgeous smoky quartz, and you get those rich chocolate browns here. You've got a bit of a variation, so on some you've got a really deep saturation of colour, on others you've got slightly more subtle colour tone there. So again, lots of scope for jewellery makers out there, lots of different creative opportunities. Now, when I arrived today, everybody was excited about the druzy, of course, but wasn't quite high quantity enough to offer you as a superstar buy. We have got a very, very healthy quantity of this particular bundle, or I should say we did have a very healthy quantity, because the second the graphics hit the screen, you can start dialing to add this to your order. The price point for these 2 strands this evening is going to be more like what you'd expect to pay for both of these strands individually any other day. Never been seen before, either strand. In fact, these pearls only arrived over the weekend, and channel manager Paula Bennett was generous enough to let us bundle them with our premier strand of Smokey Quartz to create this cookies and cream bundle. Actually, they do work beautifully well together, the colour tones. We actually gave this to Sam, and she's put together a real variety of designs for us. You can see how well the colour tones work together now, and actually I like the fact that Sam has used a mixture of different metal tones. It just goes to show that pearls and Smokey Quartz work with any metal as well. You can see here that it's more of a sort of vintage or classic design there with the antique bronze slider clasp there. You can see it's gorgeous, the pearls and the Smokey Quartz. Love that sort of two-toned effect, and actually because it's pearls and you've got the two-tone sort of 1920 sort of flapper girl look as well. Love these dangly earrings. These are on your sterling silver. So there you go. You can see there, just 8 gemstones that's been used. I mean, that's a £10 pair of earrings all day long. And that means that you could actually make a profit off of 8 gemstones, this one piece of jewellery alone. I hope that everybody is now scrambling down the hallway to get to their phone because they've just worked out the price point that we're going to give you on our superstar buy. Have a look at this one design before we bring you the exclusive price point this evening. Look at that. Actually, this would look better on our white bust, Sam, so that the Smokey Quartz can shine through. Of course, you can still add the white bust to your order. We do still have some. Sorry, no. There we go. Beautiful. There you go. Gorgeous. See that there? Oh, there we are. And there you can see how well the chocolate browns and the classic white pearls work with your yellow gold tones as well. So it's very, very versatile here. Not just because the gemstones work so well together, not just because you've got top drill drops and Baroque pearls, but also because they work with virtually any metal tone. Now, anybody working on bridal commissions out there should already be allocating these to their order, because as I say, the price point that you are about to receive for this bundle is a lot cheaper than I expect anybody to have to pay for just a strand of pearls elsewhere. I've done my own research. I can't find anywhere that can rival the price points we do on pearls. Have a look at this. That's gorgeous. Again, it allows you to really maximise on the profitability of the strands, because you only need, what, 5 or 6 pearls just dotted on a macrame bracelet like this. Beautifully elegant design. The Sam's actually made 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces there. You can see here a little pendant as well. Oh, is that? Oh, yeah, of course it is. It's a cufflink design. Ah, beautiful. So there you go, cufflink as well. So basically 5 pieces of jewellery. She still had some left over. Really, for me, this is just a stash builder, because everybody needs Smokey Quartz, everybody needs pearls. And of course, tonight we've got an exclusive launch price, because we've bundled 2 premier strands together in order to provide you with the best value on the market for Smokey Quartz and pearls. in one incredible deal. Hopefully you're already on the phone lines because I think this could be a sellout deal tonight. Let's have a look at our price point. $9.95. That's the kind of price point I'd be happy with for the Smokey Quartz or the pearls, but together that means that you're paying less than £5 per strand. Totally bonkers. Absolutely highlights what we're trying to achieve here at Jewellery Maker by offering you the best value on the market for some of the most desirable and sought after gemstones available. Classic white pearls. We've got people flying through now, taking 2s and 3s of these. Congratulations if you are multi-buying. That's the way to do it here at Jewellery Maker. Maximise on the value we can offer you, and of course make the most of 1 P&P per day. So somebody, I know for a fact, somebody is going to order one of these, and then at 10 PM they're going to be like, oh, why didn't I get 2? You just know it, don't you? You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, even when we're providing you with this kind of ridiculous value and exclusive launch prices. Don't worry about that. You're still going to be able to see these in the flesh and appreciate them for 30 days before making a final decision. Gems of Distinction strand of Smokey Quartz and our classic white pearls. These are Baroque pearls, hand carved by Mother Nature herself inside a little oyster shell. And then we bring you the combination of them together for $9.95. As I say, once again, we are not going to limit anybody to one bundle. It's our aim here at Jewellery Maker to be your wholesaler. Sorry? Yeah, the pearls are still going to show through on the white bust because of the pearlescence, but you'll be able to see the Smokey Quartz. Great. So, and also, of course, if you've just started an order because of the Superstar buy and you're getting hold of Smokey Quartz and pearls for under £10, you can actually add the bust to your order for just $7.95. It's a perfect way. And of course, if you are thinking about selling your jewellery designs, then I have got the perfect man to speak to. He's on our show tomorrow. Mark Smith will be on the show with me from 5 PM tomorrow, and yes, very successful at selling his jewellery designs. So if anybody's got any questions regarding turning their hobby into a small business, he's the man to ask. He'll be on air with me from 5 PM. If you do add that bundle, that cookies and cream bundle, to your order this evening, then make sure you check out right now. $9.95. That's a Superstar buy offer. We are now going to have to bring the show to a close. As I say, Mark will be joining us tomorrow, and straight after this, stay tuned for some designer inspiration, of course. But without further ado, just enough time for me to thank all of the lovely crew, especially Sam for making this suite of jewellery, and Liam for the prices, Bruce on the Wheels of Steel, Pete for participating. We'll see you tomorrow at 5 PM. Thank you and good night.
Into a gorgeous strand that looks like this. So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to Designer Inspiration. My name is Rebecca Redican and today, guess what I'm joined by? Wonderful Teresa, how are you?
I'm alright, long time no see.
I know, right? What have you been up to?
Oh, loads and loads. Busy. I work at the Students' Union at the university, so I've had grad ball as well.
Ooh.
So yeah, it was quite fun.
Oh, that's good. So you've been busy but fun, busy.
Yes,
we love that. Teresa, today you've got some true treats for us, haven't you? You really, really have. These are just a taster of some of the pieces we're going to be looking at today. Which one of these two designs are we starting off with?
We're going to start off with this one. So yeah, the pendant. If we've got time, I'll try and get through the ring as well, but definitely the pendant.
The ring is just beautiful. Is it quite a similar technique for the two, or is it rather different?
No, totally different. Because I thought if people got a little bit intimidated with all the wire work in the pendant, actually it's just kind of nice to have something a little bit more fun, just have a bit of a play with.
I felt like Cinderella when I put that on before because it fit perfectly and it's just so gorgeous. Everyone was drooling over it. It's beautiful. And that's going to be our first designer inspiration. Whereabouts do we need to be in this? Because it looks pretty intricate.
Well, it's fiddly more than difficult. It's one weave throughout, so you only need to master one weave. And I've got a little template to kind of help with creating it. So it's just takes a little bit of time, takes a little bit of patience, rather than needing huge expertise.
But it's definitely worth it. I think that's so beautiful, really wearable as well, which is
that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this. So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled, and what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to Designer Inspiration. My name is Rebecca Redican and today, guess what I'm joined by? Wonderful Teresa, how are you?
I'm all right, long time no see.
I know, right? What have you been up to?
Oh, loads and loads. Busy. I work at the Students' Union at the university, so I've had grad ball as well.
Ooh.
So yeah, it was quite fun.
Oh, that's good. So you've been busy but fun, busy.
Yes,
we love that. Teresa, today you've got some true treats for us, haven't you? You really have. These are just a taster of some of the pieces we're going to be looking at today. Which one of these two designs are we starting off with?
We're going to start off with this one. So yeah, the pendant. If we've got time, I'll try and get through the ring as well, but definitely the pendant.
The ring is just beautiful. Is it quite a similar technique for the two, or is it rather different?
No, totally different. Because I thought if people got a little bit intimidated with all the wire work in the pendant, actually it's just kind of nice to have something a little bit more fun, just have a bit of a play with.
I felt like Cinderella when I put that on before because it fit perfectly and it's just so gorgeous. Everyone was drooling over it. It's beautiful. And that's going to be our first designer inspiration. Whereabouts do we need to be in this? Because it looks pretty intricate.
Well, it's fiddly more than difficult. It's one weave throughout, so you only need to master one weave. And I've got a little template to kind of help with creating it. So it's just takes a little bit of time, takes a little bit of patience, rather than needing huge expertise.
But it's definitely worth it. I think that's so beautiful, really wearable as well, which is
that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this. So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to Designer Inspiration. My name is Rebecca Redican and today, guess what I'm joined by? Wonderful Teresa, how are you?
I'm all right, long time no see.
I know, right? What have you been up to?
Oh, loads and loads. Busy. I work at the Students' Union at the university, so I've had grad ball as well.
Ooh.
So yeah, it was quite fun.
Oh, that's good. So you've been busy but fun, busy.
Yes,
we love that. Teresa, today you've got some true treats for us, haven't you? You really have. These are just a taster of some of the pieces we're going to be looking at today. Which one of these two designs are we starting off with?
We're going to start off with this one. So yeah, the pendant. If we've got time, I'll try and get through the ring as well, but definitely the pendant.
The ring is just beautiful. Is it quite a similar technique for the two, or is it rather different?
No, totally different, because I thought if people got a little bit intimidated with all the wire work in the pendant, actually it's just kind of nice to have something a little bit more fun, just have a bit of a play with.
I felt like Cinderella when I put that on before because it fit perfectly and it's just so gorgeous. Everyone was drooling over it. It's beautiful. And that's going to be our first designer inspiration. Whereabouts do we need to be in this? Because it looks pretty intricate.
Well, it's fiddly more than difficult. It's one weave throughout, so you only need to master one weave. And I've got a little template to kind of help with creating it. So it's just takes a little bit of time, takes a little bit of patience, rather than you know, needing huge expertise.
But it's definitely worth it. I think that's so beautiful, really wearable as well, which is. Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to Designer Inspiration. My name is Rebecca Redican and today, guess what I'm joined by? Wonderful Teresa, how are you?
I'm all right, long time no see.
I know, right? What have you been up to?
Oh, loads and loads. Busy. I work at the Students' Union at the university, so I've had grad ball as well.
Ooh.
So yeah, it was quite fun.
Oh, that's good. So you've been busy but fun busy.
Yes,
we love that. Teresa, today you've got some true treats for us, haven't you? You really, really have. These are just a taster of some of the pieces we're going to be looking at today. Which one of these two designs are we starting off with?
We're going to start off with this one. So yeah, the pendant. If we've got time, I'll try and get through the ring as well, but definitely the pendant.
The ring is just beautiful. Is it quite a similar technique for the two, or is it rather different?
No, totally different, because I thought if people got a little bit intimidated with all the wire work in the pendant, actually it's just kind of nice to have something a little bit more fun, just have a bit of a play with.
I felt like Cinderella when I put that on before because it fit perfectly and it's just so gorgeous. Everyone was drooling over it. It's beautiful. And that's going to be our first designer inspiration. Whereabouts do we need to be in this? Because it looks pretty intricate.
Well, it's fiddly more than difficult. It's one weave throughout, so you only need to master one weave. And I've got a little template to kind of help with creating it. So it's just takes a little bit of time, takes a little bit of patience, rather than you know, needing huge expertise.
But it's definitely worth it. I think that's so beautiful, really wearable as well, which is really special. And then this is going to be your second designer inspiration, again just a taster of a couple of the things we're going to be looking at. And this is your knots collection, isn't it?
It is, yes. I've used sort of bits of the knots previously in various guises, and I thought, right, let's put them all together, and I'll go through the sort of the one wire, two, and then the four, and what you might be able to do with them.
Wonderful. And again, where do we need to be for this? Is this a beginner's piece, or do you need to have been wire working for a while?
That is actually beginners, particularly the one. The four, obviously you've got four wires to kind of hold together, but that, again, it's just more kind of strength and keeping a hold of them. There's no big technique in it. So yeah, so fairly beginner's sort of piece, yeah.
Wonderful. Now Teresa is with us until 5 o'clock, so it's your opportunity to message us in and get involved. Any questions you've got for lovely Teresa? For example, if you were a colour, what colour would you be and why?
Well, my favourite colour is purple.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't know what colour I'd actually be.
You've
Possibly
got red trousers
yeah,
on today,
red,
where it's
yeah.
a bit bright.
Yeah.
I like that, I love that. Any questions like that, or jewellery related, if you're that way inclined, all you have to do is text us 60777, start your text with the word JM Studio so it wings its way to us. Alternatively, if you're online, jewellerymaker.com, there'll be a little box that says send a message to the studio. Any question, big or small, if you want help with selling, if you want tips and ideas on makes, if you're struggling with something, do get in touch with us. This is your time to ask lovely Teresa. So, today we have got so many treats, and you've already seen your challenge, haven't you?
Yes.
We've given her 2 strands, one of them is brand spanking new. Are you excited about it?
Yeah.
When I showed you that first strand, you fell in love a little bit, didn't you?
Yes.
I think what happened was she tried to walk off with it, didn't you?
I can't use that for the show, it just needs to, yeah.
Just needs to be
somewhere.
yours. So. Well, you've got the opportunity, it can be yours today. We are going to head over here, but I'm going to be back with lovely Teresa in about half an hour. But of course, you need to see some of the goodies I've got coming up today, don't you? Got some brand news. I've got a brand new strand of one of your favourite gemstones. Druzy. Not like you've seen it before. You may well have seen it in the rounds that we've done relatively recently, and now and again they'd have little inclusions and you can actually see inside the druzy. Sometimes you've had the druzy, you know when you get 5 on a strand, we did it like the end of last year and they were pretty big, weren't they? It's nothing like either of those two. For me, it's possibly more workable, and it is oh so high shine and sparkly. Do you want a little sneaky peek? Be rude not to, wouldn't it? Have a little look, sneaky peek, beautiful purple druzy. These are going to be coming up for you in the next 30 or so minutes. This is also going to be wonderful Teresa's challenge too, so you get to see what she's going to manage to create with these. This is the strand you fell in love with, isn't it, Teresa?
Yeah, it is just gorgeous.
It is so spectacular. I will be giving you the chance to own that later on. I've also got another newbie. This is coming up later on. I'm so excited to bring you this. 5 sets of chain, all around 40 centimetres long. They are stunning, they are silver, they are so high fashion right now. These goodies are coming up together. Now you know what I mean when I say together. We're doing a bundle, which means you are going to get an exceptional deal on these. Silver plated fancy chain. Can't wait to bring you that because I know the price point, basically. That's pretty much it. Now, let's get started, shall we? I've got loads of goodies for you today. I've got to say that the kit prices are a bit exceptional. Over £10 saving on them today. It's a real stunner. Where are we going to start, Scotty McGee? Sales manager Scott's my producer today. Oh my goodness, I totally forgot about this. I've got some trade show goodies for you today. Leftovers though. Storage and stands as well I've got for you today. Genuinely the place to be because it's going to be one of your last opportunities. It really, really is. It's just what we've got left over from our trade show, and this is one of those goodies. If you're into storage, you're into savers, this is your bead box with dividers. So it's your high quality graded plastic. You've got the 2 locks at the front, nice and secure, and then inside, if I take these out, these are your dividers that can be separated. You'll be able to see you've got the 3 pockets in here. 1, 2, 3. Now, can you see all these ridges individually? Each of these dividers that you can see on the strips, they just snap off. You don't really even have to cut them. You can just snap them off at their weak point. And then these work as dividers. So, if you wished, you could keep full strands at your top, and then for your second one, if you've got little spaces or you've got maybe your earring findings, you can individually put them. This means that you can have each one of these boxes as a small box usable, or you can use you know, large areas for some sections. Perhaps you've already got lengths and lengths of chain that you want to keep nice and neat and tidy. You can put those in individual boxes. Maybe you've got our findings pack and you've got a selection of the gold, the antiques bronze and the silver. You can have each one of these in the different areas. Really easy to find, really easy to use. You can use these different dividers in whichever way you want, and because they fit into here perfectly, you can just store them if you don't need them at that moment in time. I've already got people allocating 4 of these to them. How about I bring your price in today? Your plastic bee box and dividers, last chance, only £6.95 for you today. This is a serious quality product, and I know how much you have all been asking for storage possibilities, and this is one of those. The size of this means that once you have got everything in place, it can just clasp back up together, and then you've got something that will fit easily into your tote bag. It would fit easily into the portfolio bag as well if you kept it in that center section. This is going to fit in absolutely loads of things. Now, loads of you have already purchased this, and we have got some feedback. Now, FIFO is an outside company that basically takes in your reviews, and it's completely open and honest. It's nothing to do with this. It is an outside company. Lovely. Someone from North Yorkshire says, love it. I will be ordering more for sure. Thank you very, very much for that review. There's loads of you getting your hands on this today. At £6.95, it is going to be one of your last opportunities to purchase this today. Purely, we've just got them left over from the trade show. And I'm sure, as you know, lovely Hannah and lovely Paula have been to Hong Kong last week. They've got loads of goodies coming up for us, and we need to clear out space, which is why we're giving you this opportunity right here, right now. £6.95. It's storage opportunities like this that are going to make your life easier, aren't they? Do you have a lot of storage at home for your jewellery making?
I do. I mean, I kind of started sort of collecting strands of beads and thought it was fine, you know. And then you just get to a point where you've got so many you can't find stuff. So then I did start sort of organising them by type of gemstone and that kind of stuff. So you just need lots of boxes and lots of dividers in the boxes to separate them out as well.
Mark Smith absolutely loves a good bit of storage. If you've seen him before, you know what he's like. He loves storage and organisation, doesn't he? And he has a box, I think it's this one, but it might be very, very similar. And he has, on the front of every single one, he has a little sticker that will say, for example, blue gemstones. And then in each little pot, he'll have, say, blue pyrite, he'll have, you know, blue sapphire, whatever, all organised within there. And he has one for every single colour. And some, with his favourite colours, he has 2 or 3 of the boxes. But I suppose it does help in a way if you know what colour theme you want to go down, or you've got a brand new strand of emeralds and you think, I just really want to highlight that green, so I'm going to go for, you know, my clear gemstones. Then you can have that in here as well, can't you? You can just open your clear box and go, oh yeah, that'll work well. £6.95. There is loads of you getting your hands on this, double bidders. If you're brand new to us today, I can see a few of you getting your hands on this. It is £2.95. Post your packaging, no matter how much you get, until midnight tonight. Really important that you do check out your baskets for me today, though, because otherwise you might miss out. We're doing something a bit naughty. Go on. No idea what that face is. This is a bit naughty. This is why you guys love sales manager Scott being a producer. Because he is going to do something very naughty. Clear acrylic earring displays. So, if you haven't seen these before, we sometimes use them to display our lovely guest designers' pieces. Can I borrow some of your earrings, lovely Teresa, just for demonstration purposes? You're an absolute love. So, how lovely! You're a darling. Thank you. If you have, say, a craft stand. Or perhaps you do boutique stores, or perhaps you just go and do craft fairs at your local your local hall or wherever it might be. It's things like this that just show off your pieces to the maximum. Imagine having on here, the thing I love about these as well is, can you see how much these kick out? I adore that these kick out so much, because if you ever created those huge like chandelier style earrings, and sometimes depending on how you display your earrings on your store, can be a bit of a nightmare to show them off, especially if the earpieces are close together. But here, look how much space we've got. You could have a good, ooh, what, 5 centimetre across chandelier earring on here, and they wouldn't get in the way, they wouldn't be knocking against it. They're beautiful and they just show off your pieces. And as we all know, I'm sure we all know, I've already got triple and double buyers on this. I'm sure a lot of us will know as well. £4.95 for 3. I love that. That's why loads of you are already getting your hands on this. Loads of people on the telephone for this as well. And the great thing with this, I'm sure as you know, on your stand, if you have everything at a usual level, it can, now and again, look a little bit boring. It can be hard to draw your eye in. That's why, well, one of the reasons why in shops and in department stores, you'll have lots of different levels of things. So say in a clothes shop, a lot of it, you know, your dresses and things will be hung up at kind of eye level, won't they? But then you'll have the special handbags, which go on top of those to draw your eye up. And then sometimes on the wall behind, you'll have all these almost little jutting out pedestals for all of their really jazzy, nice shoes. And it's just one of those kind of things that scientists have looked into about how we shop with our eyes, and that if there is different levels on things like a stall or in a shop, you're more likely to be drawn to it. And that's also why, you know, in supermarkets sometimes they'll put the biggest sellers at eye level, but then they might put the cheaper brands that are kind of the same thing a little bit lower, because naturally you'll just go to the ones in your eye line. It's like that. It's all to do with kind of the psychology really behind purchasing goods. And these are the types of things that are going to make your stand out. These are the types of things that are going to draw people's attention to your wow pieces. I'm sure all of your pieces are absolutely wow, but I'm sure a lot of you will have a couple of pairs of earrings or a couple of pieces that are just so exceptional you want to show them off. Because let's face it, if I just lay this down on the table like this, obviously say that was a pair of earrings, that's not gonna look that great necessarily, is it? But with this, you can almost imagine yourself wearing it. You can see how it will move. You can see how it will hang. You can just instantly, your eye is drawn in. £4.95. There is loads of you multi-buying on this as well. What I would say is, if you are the people who are triple buyers, that might be a really, really good thing actually, triple buying on these, purely because because of the price. I've only got about 100 of these left now. I know that might sound like a large number to you, but I need to let you know it's not. We started off with way more than that, but we know that this is trade show leftovers, so 100 is a really low amount. But what I would say is, if you are triple buying on these, have all 3 sets on your stall at the same time, because I'm sure a lot of you know, again, with the psychology of shopping, a lot of the time we prefer the odd numbers. It can look more attractive to the eye, which is why I'm sure if you're jewellery makers, a lot of you will know, sometimes we'll use, say, a drop 3 gemstones, or you might do a 5-petaled flower, just because naturally our eyes kind of prefer that look in a way. So if you are triple buying, congratulations. My suggestion, put them all out on your stall. And another thing as well, even if you're not selling your pieces on, even if they're, you know, just for you to enjoy or for your friends to enjoy, how beautiful are they just on a stand? In your bedroom, or just a storage device. And yeah, great suggestion, Ben. Director Ben's just suggested, what about just photograph them? If you've got a website, they're going to look really professional like that, aren't they? As opposed to how I take pictures of my jewellery, which is just resting on my sofa. I have got another collection for you here that matches perfectly with those. These are your acrylic ring holders. Take a little look at these. Aren't they beautiful? Teresa, can I borrow a ring again, please? Oh yeah, go on then, lend me that. Oh, lend me this beauty. Now, see, we use these ones. You can see here, this is the one that Teresa's got. You're getting 3 in the packet. Have a look at them. Now, if I show you at the side, they have got a slight lean to them, which is beautiful. If they were straight up and straight down, you might not be able to get the full effect of the ring, if that makes sense. But because it's got that angle on it, you can actually tilt it upwards. So if I do it the wrong way around, let me show you this. This is with the tilt facing down. Do you see how the rings that are kind of angled, it's not really in your face too much? But then you can switch it, and then because of the direction, it's more at eye level now, isn't it? Because you'd be looking down on that. Does that make sense? And that's why we think about these things for you guys. That's why it's purposely an angle on the base. So, clear acrylic rings, 3 of them, let's get your price in. £4.95, naughty little deal. Let me see, have a look. See? That on a stand with, think of it this way, if we did it like that, have your suite on here. So maybe you'll have a bust with your necklace at the back, you'd have a matching set of earrings here, and then you'd have a matching ring on there. So people can instantly look, you've got your 3 things together, done and dusted. How beautiful is that? It's one of those things that you don't necessarily have to think too much about. Do you ever have those days where you can't really be bothered to shop? You know, you're out shopping, you have to get yourself an outfit, or you have to get yourself a pair of shoes with a matching bag because you're going to the races the next day and you're just not in the mood. Do you ever get those days? How great is it when they have a pair of shoes and a matching bag right next to each other? You don't really have to think about it. You don't have to trawl around going, oh, here's the same thing can happen with this. Have your earrings and your rings there. It's almost a bit of a non-brainer for people walking past, isn't it? They don't have to think, oh, what's going to go with this? Is that going to go with my outfit? Because they've already got a set there. They go with each other, sorted. Yours today for £4.95 on these 3. Plenty of you, again, getting your hands on this. Now, let's bring you some gemstones. Stay where you are in the phones for this. We've still got stocks of these and of the earrings. Just stay where you are. We've got so much to get through. Ooh, chunky, chunky. Now, we've been bringing you quite a bit of this recently, but I haven't seen this shape before. This is your beautiful turquoise. Take a little look for me. How stunning is that? Now, this is your reconstituted turquoise. We've been bringing this to you quite a bit recently, purely because natural turquoise is almost impossible to get hold of at the moment. It truly, truly is. But also, we're able to give you a really, really attractive price point on this because it is reconstituted. Now, reconstituted just means that it's a lot of the natural gemstone itself. It's just mixed in there with a little bit of resin. But that doesn't mean you're losing anything. And this line shows it perfectly. Can you see the thing that we always look for in turquoise, the matrix? That's exactly what you've still got in this, and that is due to the nature of the gemstone itself. These are your plain drums, 590 carats worth of this beautiful gemstone. It's a price point that you're going to adore. Today it's yours for just £17.95 on this today. RSPO20, 590 carats. If this was just genuine turquoise, if it was just 100% turquoise, you'd need to be swapping that one at the beginning for a 3 minimum. £17.95. You need to be checking out your baskets for me, ladies and gentlemen, just because I don't want you to miss out on anything that you really, really fancy today. And the quicker you check out, the quicker you definitely know it's yours. These are 10 by 13 mil. Lovely Teresa, what would you think of doing with these?
I'd really love to kind of separate them out and put them with white.
I love that idea.
Just because white and turquoise just sort of go so well together. But I think I quite like the sort of the flat sort of side of them as well. So I think I'd be kind of thinking about turning them on their side, so you've got that kind of flat face forward. And then perhaps having some wire work that's kind of using the drill hole and that's kind of facing forwards.
Oh, I like that idea, almost like a button design.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be really lovely, because sometimes it's nice to use them in a different direction, isn't it? It just gives you a different feel to your gems, doesn't it? £17.95. It's beautiful turquoise. It is springtime. It is summertime. It is an all year rounder, beautiful Maldives blue. Check out your baskets for me, $17.95. Ooh. This is a special one today. Because now, you know, I always tell you about gemstones, and I always tell you about sapphire and how there's two main locations realistically to get your sapphire from that are pretty amazing. One of them, Songea, absolutely. Kashmir as well, actually, I mentioned quite a lot. And the other one is Burma. Now, I always tell you about Burma and how much I adore Burma for the location, because you get the purest of blue, you get clarity a lot of the time that's unlike anything else. But today, I found it in a book. And that means that it's definitely right. I am just, sometimes, you know, you hear something, you read something off a website and that's fine, and then you can never find it again. It's so annoying. Well, let's get me book out. Jewellery and Gems, this book is called, and it's the buying guide. Got my sticky note ready. Let's show off my upside down reading skills, shall we? We're heading just in between here. No. Says here, sapphire is characterised by the hardness, 9 on the Mohs scale, brilliance and availability in many beautiful colours, all of which make it probably the most important and most versatile of the gem family. Blue sapphire can be among the most valuable members of the sapphire family, especially stones from Burma and Kashmir, which are closest to the pure, say that to me, spectacle blue, fine, brilliant, deep blue, Burmese sapphire will surely dazzle the eye. Thanks, Ben. Reading that at the same time in my ear didn't throw me off at all. Think of that. Think of the Burma we've just read there. It's one of the top 2 places to get your sapphire from. It's got brilliance. Now, how much brilliance has this got? It said it's got that richness in the deep blue. Now, the book goes on to explain more and more about different areas in which you can get your sapphire from, but you saw there it's highlighted those 2 locations. This one is from Burma. You can see the brilliance in blue. You can see the clarity in here. And another thing you need to look for in this is that symmetry in tone. There's not really deep, dark blue ones. There's not really bright, light, hardly there blue ones. The symmetry in this is absolutely spectacular. Now, another bit, just whilst you're looking at, I want to read out for you is about the treatments. It says, this is about warning to treatments. It says, be especially alert to the new types of diffusion treatment and aware that oil is being used increasingly to conceal fractures and reflective inclusions. Also, watch out for doublets flooding the market. As always, we urge you to be careful and make sure that you get yourself from the quality gemologists. So, we've just heard then, diffusion, we've heard oiling, and we've heard doublets. Those are the 3 things that they're basically saying are really, really up there in the market at the moment. They're all treatments. Now, when we're looking at treatments on sapphire, that can reduce the price of your sapphire by around 30 to 50%, reducing the price. Those 3 things are the most common treatments on sapphire, which means you're looking at a reduction in price because, in a way, you're looking at the reduction of sapphire. Today, though, you've got one of the #1 locations on sapphire at Burma, and you've also got a strand that is totally natural. Your price today is a stunning £34.95. That is exceptional. You have got your location of the century. You have got one of those things that you really, really need to keep your eyes open for. When we're talking about locations with certain gemstones, such as this one, it makes a massive difference. You can see in here everything that you should have in your sapphire checklist you have got in here. You've got that beautiful saturation, tick. You've got that gorgeous hue, tick. You've got the clarity in there, tick. You've got symmetry in tone as well, tick. You've got location, Burma, massive tick. double tick. I'm ticking that twice because that is a special one. Even we don't have a lot from that location. We really, really don't. And it's totally natural tick, which means that because it's natural, your price rise, you should be looking at around 30 to 50% more than you're treated. Not with us. £34.95. On our website and in our selection at the moment, we only have 2 other sapphire strands from Burma, and neither are blue. And that's what Burma's known for. It said it in that book, didn't it? You're looking for that beautiful richness of blue, and that is what you have got here. If you're a collector, if you are a connoisseur, you're the ones who are on the phone now, you're the ones who've got it in your baskets that are checking out those baskets. You're going to show that you know exactly what you're talking about. You know exactly what you're looking for when it comes to sapphire. This is one of the top locations for you to get your hands on. And the thing is, if you're going to be checking this out of your baskets right now at that price point, not only are you getting yourself serious quality, serious luxury, an amazing location, which is so rare. We can't even get any in for Christmas this year from this location because of embargoes and everything else. But also you're getting yourself something that is astonishing value. All of you connoisseurs out there know what a cracking deal this is. £34.95. Now, I'm heading to a very short break, but we will be back with you after the break. I have got the lovely Teresa and some brand spanking new Druzy. Stay on the phone lines for this. You're getting yourself quality at a cracking deal. I will see you after this very short break.
Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel Gems? Come along and see what treasures you can find.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting polymer clay accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Famed for their openness of colour, our Hunan Peridot gemstones are sought after for their bright greens and graceful golden undertones. Brought to life by their dazzling brilliance, we are able to bring out the pure hues, the fire and the sheer brilliance of this gem. We only source raw crystals with the potential to show off all of these remarkable qualities. For a gem full of sparkling bright greens and glorious golden tones, look no further than our Chinese Hunan Peridot.
The early bird catches the worm. Don't miss out on your chance to grab our amazing early bird offers at 9 AM on weekday mornings. Catch them while you can.
You can make your own call using the bead reamer from the toolkit. Take a length of wire. Holding your reamer, firmly anchor the wire onto the handle. Then wrap the wire around the reamer until you have the desired length. Snip off any unwanted excess.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Designer Inspiration. My name is Rebecca Redican. In moments I will be handing over to the tremendous Teresa. How are you, love?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good, good. Now, I just, you know, in the break, we had a little chat, didn't we?
Yeah.
We had a little discussion. And tell me what you kind of asked in the break.
Well, I just mentioned the fact that the sapphire would go so well with the druzy. Do you want it back? Because I've snaffled the sapphire.
She gave me a Chinese burn and made me. We gladly gave it to you, the beautiful sapphire. So if you got your hands on it, you're going to have the opportunity to have a little look at what's been created. Why was your eye drawn to it so much? Because it was as soon as we came back off the break, as soon as the break came in, you went, that would have gone really nicely.
Well, it does. I suppose maybe I'm just kind of being a bit indulgent. I had a diva moment. I suppose for me, it's kind of like a couple of years ago, even a year ago, somebody said I've been making jewellery with like sapphires and rubies, and I just wouldn't have believed anybody. So the fact that I can, and I have used a sapphire strand before now as well, I just absolutely love them. And I suppose the only problem with putting the two together is that they're both so gorgeous that neither is the sort of the hero kind of piece of any of the jewellery. Both will be you know, equal standing, I think.
Both will be taking the spotlight.
Yeah.
Well, I cannot wait to see that. The sapphire's going to be in the challenge, and also this brand new druzy. Take a look. It's so spectacular. I've already got people on the phone lines for this. This druzy is so wonderful. Now, I'm used to seeing druzy in two forms. My first form, when I started sort of 6 months ago, I'm used to seeing the large pieces that are really large. You only got 5 on a strand because they were so big, and they were kind of irregularly faceted to the top, and so the top was druzy, and they were kind of multicoloured. I'm also used to seeing more recently the perfect rounds that were coming in at around 10 mil, and on some of them they'd have little cracks in, you'd be able to see inside the gem into the druzy. This is a mixture between those two, I would say, because it's ridiculously usable size, isn't it? Let's be honest, I did love the big strands of the 5 druzy, especially if you're interested in doing, you know, treating them like cabs. But this is going to be, for a lot of you, much more workable. If you're into a more delicate design, then this is going to be for you, isn't it? You can see that these are 10 mil coins. Now let me just show you. Obviously druzy is one-sided, purely due to the way it's created. So druzy, when we say druzy, can you see almost this sugar coating? It looks like lumps of sugar, doesn't it, on top? What that actually is it's due to the cooling processes some areas, and it's also due to the crystalline structure. So essentially what happens is you get all of these clusters of the individual crystals that come out together, and they're in a really small compact area, and they all come to the crystalline point. Now it's partly due to the cooling process, the speed of which these cools, but it's also to do with when the gemstone itself have cracks inside there, the silicon enters, and then it gives these juts, this cluster of crystals, which is why you have this beautiful, glittery, natural sugar coating in a way, isn't it? Now if I show you them all really sort of one by one, so you can have a look exactly what you're going to be getting. So this is what we refer to as the druzy, and then at the back you've got the flattened coin. So of course this means that it's going to sit beautifully against your neckline, on your décolletage or on your wrist, and it also means that you have this one focus area for the druzy. Of course, because of the way that this is formed, due to, you know, the kind of silica formation and the heating, the kind of setting process of this, that means you only ever get one side of druzy unless they're sort of stuck together. So it's beautiful that you have that in here. I've already got loads of people who have multi-bought on this. Loads of people have bought it on the phone. How about I give you the price today? Brand new strand at just £14.95. Now, this is like Mother Nature kind of just sprinkling gemstones with fairy dust, isn't it? It almost looks like it's been, you know, faked, doesn't it? Really, it hasn't. This is Mother Nature. Let me count them. Let's see how many we're getting here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 56, 78, 20. 20 of these we're getting, which means price per one, Scott, price per one at 20. That means that we're going to be getting per one, bearing in mind this could just be a ring in itself, couldn't it? That for me is the perfect size for a ring. Look at that. 74 pence. That is exceptional, isn't it? What about these as a little pair of cufflinks as well? A perfect size for a cufflink, nice and flat as well, so it's not going to scratch your shirt or anything. Isn't that a fab idea? How great would this look with amethyst? That is exceptional, isn't it? Now, I've seen places trying to fake druzy, have you? You've seen kind of, you know, you get the acrylics, you get the synthetics of druzy. You sometimes get a glass as well, don't you, actually working as the kind of faux crystals. You won't be paying for those at 74 whatever pence per one, I'm sure. But the fact that these are your genuine gemstones is just exceptional. Now, lovely Teresa, you did get your hands on these for the challenge, didn't you?
I did, yes.
How you just fell in love. Tell me why.
They're just lovely. I mean, I do love druzy anyway, so it wasn't a difficult sell for me. And I think just in terms of kind of druzy generally, I just think it's that kind of sparkle that's sort of irregular. It just kind of, it's always sort of that sugar cube kind of look. I was saying in the break, I just kind of wrapped one, slightly larger than that. Previously I had it as a pendant, but got so many comments on it, just because I think people kind of see it and then you move and it catches the light in so many different ways. People just don't, you know, they don't expect it. I don't think they see it all the time.
You're
and
right.
I think then having it in that kind of gorgeous purple colours, it reminds me, actually reminds me of Parma violets.
You're right. Well, someone just messaged in then saying, look like fruit pastel. Who's that from? Sandra. Becky, those druzy look like fruit pastels. Yummy.
Maybe we've
don't
got
eat
sweets.
Gemstones, but you're completely right. They do, don't they? They look like that sugar coating.
Yeah, maybe we've got sweets on the brain, but yeah.
They are exceptional. Oh, okay, 98 is what I've got left, and that means that once they're gone, they're gone. And also, it's really important to remind you that this is going to be one of our challenges. So that means that if you're watching right now, later on we're going to be recapping this, and people who might just tune in, say at 4 o'clock after they've done the kids' school run or whatever it might be, they can then get their hands on this again then. So for those people with it in their baskets, please do check out. I've got over 70 of them already allocated. Because it's the first time in, it's all in. It's all or nothing with this. So you've got 92, that's it. Those are your chances. Once it's gone, it's gone. 10 mil on these. If you absolutely draw druzy, I haven't seen druzy in yonks, I've got to say, absolutely ages. And I'm definitely never ever seen this. This is one of the only 3 strands that we had in with our last shipment. That's it. That's all of it. £14.95 in the whole of our last shipment, our latest shipment that we had brought in. We've only got 3 of these in. You had a pink one a couple of days ago, and this is a beautiful purple one that you've got here. I've only got 88 of them left, though. It's really important you get your hands on this. I know sometimes what happens is we will get a massive variety through in a shipment of one thing or another. We might have loads of pearls come in, and we might have, you know, loads of quartz of these. But no, we've only sourced 150 of this one, and then we had the same amount of the pink, and then we've got kind of a grey coloured one coming up. I don't know when that's coming up, but that will be coming up at some point. So we've actually not got that many at all. It's your only chance, only opportunity to get them today. 83 left, and that is it. 82 left, 81 left at £14.95. LIGP58, that is your code. Please check out your baskets. Norfolk, Essex, Devon, Powys, Channel Islands, Yorkshire, Gwent as well. Please do check out your baskets for me, everyone. 78 left. It's your only chance to purchase it here today. If you haven't opened your basket yet, but you want to get your hands on this strand, you have to open your baskets, basically. £14.95. It's a beautiful strand, and I will bring that to you. There's loads of people on the phone line. Stay exactly where you are. Now, we're on to your designer inspiration. It's such a beautiful collection. What did you think of this kit when you saw it all together?
I loved it. I did get a little bit of a heads up before it arrived. Pip did tell me what was coming, so I kind of saw the pictures. Yeah, I just couldn't wait for it to arrive. It took a couple of days, and it's like, come on. I just think they're gorgeous. There was a bit of a problem with the kit and the project, though. The way that the pendant is done, you kind of do all of the wire work first as a frame, and then put the gemstones on. So because I did all the staging kind of together, it was quite a long time before I got to play with the gemstones.
Because you were just so excited to
really,
play with the gemstones.
I really just wanted to get going with the gemstones. So.
And you've used them so beautifully. The gemstones in this are really special. The price discount is really special as well. Maybe you're new to designer inspiration. Let me tell you exactly what goes on. So you're watching Jewellery Maker. Welcome. Every single day between 1 and 5 you will have a lovely guest designer. Today we've got the lovely Teresa with us, and each time what we'll be doing is we send them a kit a week or so in advance to play with. So there's generally some wire, maybe some strands, whatever their focus location is, we'll send them lots of bits and bobs. And then on the day we will show you exactly how to create some of the pieces they've made with step by step, really simple tuition. But also we give you the chance to own the kit that they got. So you make a note of today's date, purchase your kit today, and then watch us back on the Jewellery Maker YouTube channel in a few days' time when you get your kit and you can play along at home. So let me bring to you all the essential bits first. Working with silver coloured wire in this. Now you have got 10 meters of your wand mill, and you also have 10 meters of your 0.4. Now I need to give you a little bit of a heads up on the 0.4, okay? I've got Helena today, who's going to be my new producer, and she's shadowing Scott today. She'll be having a little bit of a play later on. Now, Helena, before, she's putting together some bundles for a dog show that I have got coming up with Alison Tarry. I am so excited on Saturday. It's amazing. She's putting together some bundles for that. And she tried to put in a bundle 10 meters worth of 0.4 in silver, and she wasn't allowed, basically, because on the 11th Sheila has got a bridal show, I think it is, and she has just saved it all for herself. She needs it all for that show, so this could be one of the last times you see it until after that date, until the 12th of July. So if you need it, it's time to get your hands on the 10 meters worth of it now. That's your 0.4. You've also got your matching findings pack in the silver as well. Of course, comes into your organza bag that says at the side, handmade gemstone jewellery. So you can use this, to give as your gifts, or to have as a little bit of a gift bag, or just to keep for yourself. You've got goodies in here that you can see on screen, including little details such as this toggle clasp, which is held together by what I like to think of as a free jump ring. Every little helps. This is your silver plated copper, and you get 115 different findings in this pack today. You've also got those beautiful star flat head pins. If you've seen those, I absolutely adore those. So that's your finding pack. Now, the extra special bit, because this kit you're going to be getting 4 strands. Even if I took all of that out, all of the stuff I've just shown you, the price point just for the 4 strands is an absolute stunner. Now, let's go through these, shall we? Lengthy strand, just noticed. Beautiful drops. Think cooling, think relaxing. These are your stunning, really quite unusual actually, white agate drops, and these ones are 70 carats. You've also got, just to go along with those perfectly, your white agate in the rounds as well. Now these are your 4mm rounds. We know that we've got the bead loom goodies on tomorrow, so if you're interested in getting involved, you can use these with that type of design, because they are the perfect rounds. No graduation in the strand, just 4mm throughout for you. Beautiful white agate. You've also got a pop of colour. Pow. Pop of pink. Not only a pop of pink, but faceted pop of pink as well. This is 25 carats worth of your pink coated quartz, graduated faceted rondelles. These are 2x1 to 4x3. So if we have a look at the graduation in this strand, You can see it's a relatively subtle graduation, can't you? There's only a couple of mil in it. So that means you can use it in abundance, but you can also kind of just highlight that if you so wish to do so. 30 centimetre strand this, so it's just gemstone upon gem. There's no facets on this whatsoever. Now, you know, I spoke to you about the treatments on sapphire earlier on. I'm sure a lot of you will know that we're looking at similar treatments on emerald, aren't we? A lot of heat treatment goes on with emerald, a lot of oiling, also some irradiation goes on with it as well. Not only have you got emerald in this kit, it's natural. Take a look at it. It's beautiful. You said earlier, Teresa, you felt very lucky to get your hands on this in a kit.
Yeah.
And why is that? Why do you think emerald does make people feel really lucky and really special to be able to work with it?
Well, I think it's I mean, for me, it's as I said earlier, I just, you know, 12 months ago, just wouldn't have believed if somebody had said, yeah, you can work with sapphires, emeralds, ruby. It just wouldn't have occurred to me that that was remotely possible. So to actually be able to have some to work with is brilliant. And I think it's the first time I've actually had one of the big gemstones in a kit as well. So it's slightly intimidating because normally I save them and just have them on their own.
Yeah.
So different for me to kind of put them together with other gemstones, and they just work so well.
They really do. They work perfectly because you've got your gorgeous natural green that then just works so exceptionally well with the two strands of agate that you've got, the drops and the rounds. And I've got to say, personally, for me, working with the same gemstone in drops and rounds, it's almost like the job's done for you a little bit for some creations, doesn't it? And then you've got a power pop in from the pink. The thing I adore with this is, you might actually not think about working with these together outside of here. I know I wouldn't necessarily look at green and pink and go, oh yeah, I need to work those together. But then when you actually get them in this kit and when you look at Teresa's designs, look at how special and how beautiful they actually do work. That pink almost bringing out the green more, the white just working as a perfect background for both of those two alternate colourways here. It's just a really special little kit for you. And you've got something for everyone. You've got your drops that are just going to draw your eye down. You've got your facets, which are adding super sparkle. You've got your plain rounds, which are just the same shape. It's giving you symmetry. It's giving you something easy to work with. And then you've got your faceted rondelles with a really strong impact of colour. So something for everyone in here. Not only have you got these 4 strands, you've got your findings pack, your 1 metre of of your 1 mil, and the very elusive 0.4 that I told you about. Should be price £37.15. Now that price for natural emeralds, that's what I was saying before about the price of that. A lot of places should be happy to pay that just for these 4 strands. The fact of the matter is, you're getting all of this for £21.95. Now, let's break that down for you, shall we? Remember for me that the findings pack is £8, isn't it? I've only got 49 of these at the moment. People on the telephone have already checked out. Thank you very much for doing so. I've got 47 of this. Once it's gone, it's gone. That's the end of it. At £21.95, ask yourself this honestly. When you're purchasing the findings pack for £8, say you're happy to get, even if, how much are we working the one mil at the moment for 10 metres? I can't remember. It always. I was going to say, is it like four quid about, isn't it? So that'd be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So about £12 for this. Add on the 0.4. Let's round it up to 15. That's, you know, cutting a bit of money off. That means that you're getting these 4 strands for what? An extra £6.95 or something. That is wonderful, isn't it? That is seriously an exceptional little deal, isn't it? Those 4 strands for £6.95. That means it's less than 2 quid each. Whoa, wait. You're going to be getting natural emerald for less than £2? Yeah. In fact, it's going to be closer to like £1.50, isn't it? This is a ridiculous price for a beautiful range. I'll tell you what, I've only got 39 of them left, and that does not surprise me. There's loads of you on the phone lines for this. Please, ladies and gents, do check out your basket. I know I sound like a broken record, but I do have to tell you, just in case, if I don't tell you, then people might nick them out your basket, and then you'll be, oh, she didn't warn us. So I'm warning you, here's your warning. 39 left, about 10 in baskets, loads of people on the phone lines. When you're purchasing emerald for less than £2 a strand, and it's natural, you know you're onto a winner. And all you have to do really is look at Teresa's stunning designs to know you're onto a winner as well. These pieces are so beautiful.
Thank you.
What was your inspiration? Because I've got to say, this one in particular, quite an unusual design, gorgeous. In fact, myself and Scott, both of our eyes were drawn to this one initially because it's so unusual. It's got a modern feel to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What inspired this?
Well, actually, it was a previous show, a couple of months ago. We were talking about Art Deco, and I just sort of thought, if I did an Art Deco piece, what would I do? So I was actually just kind of trawling around on the net, looking at pictures of Art Deco kind of styling, graphics, Art Deco jewellery, and I actually came across a pendant like it was kind of in a solid sort of metal, solid silver, but a pendant of that kind of shaping, and I just thought, oh, that's actually not what I would instinctively kind of, I always sort of think of the sunburst sort of design when I think deco.
Yeah.
But it was just so kind of, and just so different. I thought I've got to try and do that. So that's where it kind of all came from.
I absolutely adore it. It has got that Art Deco feel. It's also a little bit industrial and modern, and it just ticks so many boxes. Beautiful designs, Teresa. Enjoy the show, ladies. This kit looks lovely, and that's from Chris. Thank you very much for that, Chris. Your designs are absolutely beautiful, Teresa.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that was where it kind of all started from, and then I thought if you didn't feel like you wanted to kind of go down that sort of route, there's just so much else you could do with the kit anyway. And I think if I was buying it at home, my natural instinct would be to separate out the emerald, possibly use the others together, but to actually have that as kind of special anyway. But so they just work really nicely together. It's a pleasure to be able to kind of put that sort of stuff together. Really.
I really just think you've worked them together to perfection, and I think this necklace shows specifically how much thought's gone into creating this kit, because you can see how beautifully all the pieces work together. You've got these gorgeous drops that then match in with the 4 mils. You've then got your hot sparkle that kind of it looks across to kind of mimicked in the emerald as well with that faceting, but it's just such a different feel, and it works perfectly with these designs. It really, really does, Teresa. You've done a cracking sterling job. I just want to let you know I've got 27 left. I've still got people on the phone, possibly got about 7 of you with it in your baskets, which means I am in my last chance saloon. I've got 9 apparently in baskets, last chance saloon. Need to let you know that when you're getting a strand of agates, a strand of the agate drops, a strand of the pink faceted quartz, and a strand of genuine natural emerald for just over £6, you know you're on to a serious deal. In fact, that's even a bundle busting price, isn't it? You wouldn't even be able to get that price in a bundle if these were just by themselves. This is what designer inspiration brings to you. Designs inspiration at a cracking little price. 26 left. Now, if you do have any questions for lovely Teresa today, or if you just want to let her know how stunning her designs are, do get in touch with us. All you have to do is text us in. The text number is 60777. Start your text with the word JM Studio, just one word, so it comes along to us, or you can just message us in on the web as well. Please check out your basket, because what happens a lot of the time is people will watch the demo throughout and then they'll go, oh yeah, I think I can do that, and then they'll try and buy it at the end, but when we've only got 25 left, probably best not to risk it. So get yourself on the phone right now. Where are we going to be starting, lovely Teresa?
Right, well, I thought I'd show you the template first. Because as I say, I'd sort of seen the picture on the web. I knew it was very sort of straight lines, so I dug out my graph paper and had a bit of a sketch. Tried different sort of sizes and different kind of, you know, thinner, longer, thinner, a bit sort of wider, and just sort of played with it.
Yeah.
But finally came out with, this is the original graph paper.
Oh, I haven't seen graph paper in years. I love that.
I think actually it is graph paper that I used when I was at school, so goodness knows how old this graph paper actually is. But
no way.
Yes, it's still some I've got left.
Vintage graph paper.
Yeah.
I love that.
And this is it, just a little bit kind of bigger.
Brilliant.
Just because I wanted to sort of talk through it a little bit. Now, essentially, what you've got is 2 lots of wire weaving around. The first one, just grab a little something to point with.
A pointy tool.
The first one, which is kind of the background one, is this one, and it is actually one single piece of wire. You sort of put the curve in, and then that actually goes round, and then displays out here.
Okay.
Gemstones on. The other one is 2 pieces of wire, because you've got this one sort of going down, and it does that.
I see. Okay.
So that's kind of the magic of it, rather than kind of looking and getting a bit confused as to what was going where.
Right, I see.
That's all you've actually got, is 2 lots of weaving. So if we start with the first one, and then I'll switch to the second one, and just sort of show it kind of fitting on top of the first one, because I think if I spent the time kind of weaving through it, it's possibly 2, 3, maybe 4 hours work, just kind of messing about with it, really. Because it is quite delicate, it's quite small, I'd recommend sort of doing a bit of it and then putting it down for a while, because actually just kind of holding it for a long period of time can be a bit wearing, really. So it's worth, don't do it in a rush. Do it in bits. It's an awful lot.
Wonderful.
Less stressful.
Fab.
So we'll go with the original one, and if you wanted it a bit bigger, you could actually just expand it out. It will be on my Facebook page,
which is, remind us what that is.
Teresa Kennard Designer, and I'll put a link over onto the Jewellery Maker page when I get home.
So you could just print it off and then make it whatever size you want. You can expand it before you print it, couldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a real kind of difficulty for me as to what size to make. I didn't want to make it ridiculously huge. It was supposed to be delicate, but if it got a little bit fiddly, actually it might benefit being just that little bit bigger.
Brilliant.
So starting off with